All right, and good evening. We want to welcome you into Fox 5 Live for this Election Day 2022. I'm Tom Fitzgerald here with you, and make yourselves comfortable. Grab yourself your favorite beverage because we're going to do a little bit of an experiment here tonight. What we are going to do collectively is a little bit like what we normally do in a newsroom every night, only this time you're going to be part of this. What we are doing is we are going to sit here over the next course of time and watch these election results come in real time. Now, often when you watch these types of programs on television, you see a presented result after we had seen it come into the newsroom. This is going to be a little bit different. We're making this up as we go here a little bit. We're going to look at these results as they are coming in live time right now, and then we're going to discuss with our experts here this evening. So that's the idea. Let's get going. We want to welcome in as our first panelist this evening, Nicole Bennett. Nicole is the vice chair of the Maryland Republican Party. Nicole, thanks for being with us. Let me start off with some broad strokes with you to begin with. What were the themes that you saw come up in this race this year from the Republican side?
Economy and crime. Economy and crime. Over and over again. I think we heard that from the electorate. They were concerned, and we really keyed in on that messaging, and I think that's really it's going to carry the day. You know,
of course, Democrats had said back in the spring when the Dobbs decision came down that they had believed that there was going to be a rush to the polls by Democratic voters, by women voters. What we've heard in all the polling, though, has been the economy and inflation specifically. Were you surprised by that? Because, you know, initially when the Dobbs decision came down, some Republicans kind of pulled back from it a little bit.
Yeah. So I think timing kind of hurt the Democrat messaging. I think there was a bubble around the Dobbs decision. But I think as time has gone on, the economy hits everyone. Every single demographic across the nation is impacted. I think it's a bigger issue, a much bigger issue.
In Maryland this year, you are electing a new governor.
Yes.
Wes Moore is the Democratic candidate. Your party has Dan Cox as the nominee this year. But, you know, there has been a noticeable and no secret split between the current Republican governor, Larry Hogan, and your nominee, Dan Cox. I won't ask you to get us to understand that because the governor's been pretty clear that he doesn't like Dan Cox, doesn't intend on voting for him today, probably did not vote for him as well, according to the governor. But how has that changed what the normal dynamic of a Republican running with an incumbent already in office? Were there things you were not able to do in Maryland because of the split between these two men?
Yes. So Governor Hogan is a wonderful man. He is a very large personality. And he is, you know, the Republican governor of our state. There are people who are very loyal to him, and there's a part of the party that is very moderate. And Dan Cox represents the other side of the party that's a very far right. And those two groups of people generally need people in the middle to kind of bridge them. So there were lots of things that we couldn't do, like a Hogan bounce, which is very popular when you have a very popular incumbent governor. There's a bounce, that baton is passed, and there was no pass. There was no pass this year. So Delegate Cox was kind of building a bridge kind of from the general part of the party to the far right, and hopefully it'll be enough to get him across the finish line.
Well, he's off in kind of his own orbit, away from the governor. The governor has gone out and endorsed and campaigned with some other candidates that he has supported. So real quick, I just want to give you a rundown exactly on how we're going to look at these races and these returns. So I'm going to start, we should pull up Virginia, even though you're from Maryland, because I want to show people exactly what we're looking at. Now, this is the Fox 5 webpage. We want to talk about this tonight because this is going to be your one-stop place for all your election news. We, of course, have this divided up between D.C., Virginia, Maryland. But we want to talk about results right now. We are starting to see some results coming. We've got the Virginia elections. They just closed the polls at 7 p.m. We do have some results coming here. Now, all of the House of Representatives is up for re-election, but there are 3 races, in particular Northern Virginia, that are of note because it is widely assumed that these are the races that could be some early bellwethers. Elaine Lurie here is running against Jen Kagan's, the Republican nominee, but we do have some results coming in some other races of note, and I'm talking about specifically the Virginia 7th District. Now this pits Abigail Spanberger, who is the Democratic incumbent in this race, versus Yesli Vega. Now I know you're from Maryland. The Commonwealth isn't your responsibility. What can you tell us, though, about what you've seen from a professional standpoint on the ads? You've must have seen these ads.
Yes, I live in Southern Maryland, and just 2 weeks ago I was out in Virginia with Yesli Vega and Ted Cruz for a big rally there. I can tell you definitively that the energy around this race is like nothing I've seen maybe since Youngkin was elected.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it is just that rally on a rainy Monday night had hundreds of people standing in the parking lot of a church cheering for her. So she has this affect where she's very warm and charming, and she kind of reaches out and grabs people where they are. I know that Abigail Spanberger, you know, kind of runs as a very moderate Democrat, but I don't think this is her year. I think Yesli's going to take her.
The ads have been negative, to be fair.
Absolutely.
Does that work?
No. I think especially...
Then why do people do it if it doesn't work?
Because people think it
Yeah.
works. But what really happens is when you're watching TV, you'll see a Spanberger ad followed by Vega ads followed by a Spanberger ad.
And they're almost talking to each other. There's a conversation going on.
It's like two children fighting one another. It really is what that is. But if you're one of those people who are not necessarily watching TV and kind of listening from another room, it does have an effect. If you're just hearing, you know, Abigail Spanberger is a liberal, and you're like, I didn't know she was a liberal. I thought she was fairly moderate. Or Yesli Vega was a police officer. Who knew that? You pick up little bits and pieces over time. I think, though, that the ads can be more informative if they weren't so mean-spirited.
When you're running those ads, though, when you're going negative against your opponent, do you also have to counterbalance your opponent's negative ads? Do you need to put positive ads about yourself out at the same time?
Yes, and I think Spanberger's started that maybe 2 or 3 days ago. I think the polling was showing her that the really negative ads were not working, and so she put out something very nice about herself. I think maybe it was a little too late in the cycle for that. But I think truly you do have to tell the electorate who you are, and not just, I'm not this other guy.
Right. Okay, so these are the numbers that are coming in. And again, let's remember, this is very, very early in this night in Virginia's 7th district. You've only got 8.
Yeah.
8 of 226
Precincts
reporting. So we've got a long night to go here. But right now, Yesli Vega has jumped out to an early lead here. I'm gonna scan down a little bit because we want to talk about before we leave this page right now the 10th district. Now this pits Jennifer Wexton, who is a Democratic incumbent, against Hung Cao. He's a Republican challenger. This is a district. Now you mentioned you were with Governor Youngkin the other night.
Yes.
Governor Youngkin, his campaign really took flight last year.
Absolutely.
Based largely upon what was going on at the school board meetings in Loudoun County. The governor kind of tapped into that parent anger and rode it all the way to Richmond. Does that have legs? Is that transferable from somebody like Governor Glenn Youngkin? Can Hung Cao take that? Is it that easy to do, just take somebody else's playbook and run with it?
I don't think it's easy to do, but I think Governor Youngkin is wildly popular in Virginia, and I think that he has coattails, and I don't know if it'll be enough to get Cal across the finish line, but I do think it helps Yesli tremendously. Yeah. But I'm fingers crossed for Hung Cao.
All right, Nicole Bennett is the co-chair of the Maryland Republican Party, and we thank you so much for spending part of your election night with us. It's kind of like political Christmas a little bit.
It is. Yeah. It's like the Super Bowl rolled up in Christmas.
For people who enjoy politics, it's one
sure.
of the biggest nights of the year, if not the biggest. So, Nicole, thank you so much. So, a reminder, what we're doing here tonight with you is going over live results here on Fox 5 Live of election 2022. You were in the Fox 5 newsroom tonight. I'm Tom Fitzgerald, and the polls in the Commonwealth of Virginia closed, about 41 minutes ago. We are expecting polls, or we know polls will close, in the District of Columbia and the state of Maryland coming up at the top of the hour. Of course, you know, Virginia has been getting a lot of attention, but there are things going on outside of the Commonwealth of Virginia, believe it or not. So what we want to do is kind of broaden our conversation right now with you and talk about some of the other things. We welcome in Charles Wilson. Charles is the D.C. Democratic Party chair. You were kind enough to join us Sunday on the Hill
I had
a couple of weeks ago. Was that too early for you?
No, it was
perfect. That's all right. We'll get you late night now, so it's a little, we'll get you around the clock. So, you know, in D.C., we've got a mayor who's up for re-election, and we're talking, of course, about Muriel Bowser. Now, they are obviously not posting results right now because the polls are still open. But talk to me about, you know, obviously it's a big advantage if you're a Democrat like Muriel Bowser running in an overwhelmingly Democratic city like the nation's capital. But, you know, she didn't just kind of waltz to the nomination this year. She had two, you know, fairly prominent members of her own party, both D.C. council members, mount primary challenges to her. Now, the primary is over.
Yes.
She won. Talk to me about that. How unusual was that, and was that uncomfortable at all for Democrats?
It actually wasn't uncomfortable. I think people really enjoyed the race. People like to see competition and just a difference of opinion and views and policy. And it was great to hear different viewpoints and hear the candidates actually go at it and express their vision for the district.
Does it make the candidate a better general election candidate if they do face a primary challenge?
That's hard to say in D.C. because, well, anytime you have competition, it makes everyone better because it makes you rise to the level of the competition. But in D.C., you know, once you win the primary, all the Democrats kind of come together, and it's not, I don't want to say cakewalk, but it's not definitely not as intense as primary.
Well, you know, in the time since the primary, the mayor has had significant challenges. She has a crime rate that has drawn criticism from a lot of folks in the district, and you know, concerns about crime aren't limited to Washington, D.C. It's a nationwide issue. But you know, she's also had some staffing embarrassments as well too. She had the resignation of one of her deputy mayors who was in charge of public safety because he got into an altercation in a parking lot in Virginia. Turned out he lived in Virginia. You're not supposed to live in Virginia if you're deputy mayor. How do you go in a one-party rule city and negotiate these difficulties that come up and then still say that I'm the best person for this job? Because you are kind of, you know, even though Stacey Hall is the Republican challenger in this race, but you know, we have not seen a debate between these two candidates. The Bowser campaign seems to have steamrolled past that since she won the primary. So do we lose a conversation by not having a back and forth about this stuff in the general election?
Well, I think it's always good to have a back and forth, but because D.C. is super blue, I always say everyone is blue, we're just different shades of blue. It's very difficult for a non-Democrat to be able to participate in a general election type of conversation against the incumbent.
Excuse me 1 second. Should do a little adjustment here on the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you, Eugene. When you look at the way we do elections in the District of Columbia right now, you have a better chance of throwing a snowball in Dante's Inferno than you have of being a Republican getting elected to office in D.C. In a city like D.C., is it necessarily required to have partisan elections here? Could, you know, maybe a discussion of nonpartisan elections in this district if people even retain their party memberships? Is that something that's ever been considered?
It's been talked about, open primaries, but the Democrats, we believe in our candidates, and we're always going to make sure that there's a Democratic primary. But after the primary, I talked at our Unity Breakfast about the challenges of being a one-party town, and that we don't have any Republicans to beat up on. And so what happens is we kind of beat up on ourselves and talk, are you progressive versus a moderate? And that kind of creates a division within the party. you know, you won't hear me say this publicly, but I know I'm on TV.
Right.
It would be great to have a stronger opposition from the Republican Party, just because it would unite the Democratic Party instead of us fighting against each other.
Well, I mean, you have had Republican candidates over the years, you know, run in elections, but
Yeah.
they don't get very far. I want to put a question to you that I put to Nicole. You know, Washington D.C. is one of the most important cities in this country. But if you turn on the television lately, all you see are ads about congressional races
Yes.
in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Now, from your viewpoint, is that a good thing for D.C. or maybe not so good thing? Because people, we could go onto the streets of D.C. and there's a good chance they know more about a congressional race in Virginia than they know about what's going on in their own mayoral race.
Yeah. No, on Sunday Night Football, a couple of the ads came up while I was watching the game. But I think it's important for us in D.C. to understand what the local politics are in the surrounding jurisdictions, and it kind of keeps us abreast of what's going on in Virginia.
And you've got a situation in Virginia where you now have, for the first time in a long time over the last year, a Republican governor over there. But Maryland may be on the verge tonight of flipping that gubernatorial seat, despite the fact that there, was a difference in parties between, the Maryland's governor and the D.C. Democratic mayor. How would you have turned the relationship over those two over the past 8 years?
Okay, repeat your question.
How would you have termed the relationship between the Republican governor in Maryland and the D.C. Democratic mayor?
It was respectful.
Yeah.
But I think everyone kind of kept arm's distance. At the end of the day, we're neighbors, and there are issues that come up where we have to work together as connecting jurisdictions. The goal is just to kind of respect each other in their roles and kind of go from there.
Anytime we talk about D.C. politics, we have to talk about statehood.
Yes.
And obviously, as we sit here tonight, there is a very real possibility that Republicans may take control of the House of Representatives. D.C. was able to have some historic firsts in its quest to become a state under the current House of Democratic control. What could be on the horizon for D.C. statehood should Republicans retake majority control of the House of Representatives?
Yeah, well, they've threatened, they've put out some real serious threats to not only statehood but home rule, and taking away the ability for us to even elect our own officials and govern our own, make our own laws. So the threat is out there, and that's why it's so important that we kind of continue this conversation and educate Americans across the country about the plight of no statehood for the District of Columbia, that there's 700,000 Americans who live here who do not have voting representation in Congress.
All right, Charles Wilson, with the D.C. Democratic Party chair, has been kind enough to join us tonight. You are watching Fox 5 Live, coming to you from the Fox 5 D.C. newsroom live tonight. And what we're doing here is we're looking at live, real-time election results, and we're going to go back to what we've been looking at in the Commonwealth of Virginia tonight, because that is a location tonight which could have a large impact on exactly which party controls the U.S. House of Representatives. Not so much the Senate in Virginia. There's no Senate race in Virginia this year, but there are three critical House races which we'll be keeping an eye on. So let's scroll back here. One of them we talked about, where we had not seen results at first, was this one. It was the 2nd District in the House of Representatives. This is, of course, the Democratic incumbent, Elaine Uriah, facing the Republican, Jen Kiggins. Right now, Kiggins is off to a quick start. She's got a lead over Elaine Uriah, 60% to 39%, of course. Let's remember, there's still about 200 precincts left to go here in the Virginia 2nd District. So that's one of them right now where Republicans have jumped out to a lead. Let's go down to the 7th District. This is the one we've been talking a lot about. This is Abigail Spanberger. She is the incumbent Democrat in this seat. It was recently redrawn to bring in more areas which are theoretically favorable to a Democrat. However, as we're looking at nearly 100% of the 226 precincts reporting. Abigail Spanberger right now is trailing Yesli Vega, 59% to Spanberger's 39%, so roughly 60 to 40 split going on here right now for this race. So I'm going to go back up here, welcome in John Colucci. John is our, you have a long title.
It's too complicated.
Because I'm going to butcher it if I try it.
I work here.
You're a digital man. You are
Yes.
a digital director for not only Washington,
Yes.
but Philadelphia,
And New York.
and you spend a lot of time on I-95 and the New Jersey
Not
Turnpike.
yet.
No?
Eventually.
All right.
Eventually. Right now, it's just you're my focus. But
What?
I'm going to give you some relief so you can go get ready for
All right.
have
Well,
some election pizza and go.
and this is a promise, not a threat. I will be back at the 9 o'clock hour, and we're going to continue this. We expect to have a lot more races coming in throughout that hour because, again, we've got polls closing soon in both the District of Columbia and the state of Maryland. Polls have been closed roughly 53 minutes right now in the state of Virginia. So I'm going to turn it over to the very capable hands right now of John Colucci. I'm going to pop this computer screen up for you right now, John, so people can get a good look at your baby right there.
Yes.
That is fox5dc.com, Election Central. You can tell folks about all the good stuff they can find there.
I will. And you go have a great 8 o'clock show, which of course will also be streaming here on this very stream that you're seeing us right now on fox5dc.com. So let's go ahead and walk you through the, one second here, there we go. Hi again. Walk you through our election site that we have. So fox5dc.com/election is really your hub for all things election. Not just tonight, obviously, as you've probably been hearing about quite a bit. This is election day, election week, maybe election month in some cases. We'll have to kind of see how it all kind of shakes out a little bit with all the results coming in, not just locally but nationally. But yeah, so come to fox5dc.com/election. You'll see this nice top bar at the top. I'm actually just going to go ahead and zoom in so you can see the whole thing. At the top, you're going to have, and you're probably already watching this on our website to be clear, so you're kind of seeing both of it. But just to kind of explain what we have available to you, we've got usually our top 5 stories are on the top of this top section here. So this really kind of are the things that we're finding that we think you're the most interested in right now. At the moment, there's not a ton there that's super momentary, so you don't have any results coming in just yet. Scroll down here to election results. So in election results, we have one article each for every single one of the district in the state. So come in here and you'll see our election results for DC. So we've got, obviously we don't have anything called yet because the polls are still open. We have, we're kind of focusing on 2, obviously, to start. We got the minimum wage, we've got the DC general mayor, and then we go down to some of the more chair races and some of the ward races. So you kind of have some of those to look at there. Come back to the election page, click on Virginia results. Similar situation where they're starting to tabulate. And just so you know, we get our results from the Associated Press as one of our primary sources. There's also some results that we kind of hear from Fox News. But we get a lot of it from the AP since they're kind of, the standard for a lot of these election results. So those are starting to come in as Tom just kind of walked through what he was seeing already in Virginia 7th. And then move over to Maryland where, again, their polls are still almost closing. You have that information there as well. So again, breaking down, and sorry, our little mouse is jumping around here, so I'm running a little slow and trying to scroll things down here. So again, you've got the governor race, the Senate race, House race, Attorney General, Comptroller, all those kind of things that you're going to be keeping an eye on. Scroll further down on the election page, and we've got the voter guides. Again, now granted, at this point, if you're already voting, you've probably already voted, but there's a little more information here in case you still need it, as well as really where the candidates stand on these issues. In a lot of cases, it'll be interesting to see once we get out of the election and we get out of Election Day, a lot of the promises and a lot of the issues that these candidates represent. It'll be interesting to kind of maybe reference this and see where they're at. If someone committed to a certain opinion on how they're going to deal with the inflation, the economy, this is a great place for them to come and get that information. scrolling down by state, Maryland politics, Virginia politics, Washington, D.C. politics. And then, hey, did you know there's an election across the country? Well, you knew that, but we have lots of news here from across the country. So here we're going to be adding information from our national team. Obviously, the Fox TV stations group is pretty big. We have stations all over the country, and we also have Fox Live Now from Fox, which is doing wall-to-wall coverage as well of everything happening across the country. We have stations in Florida, stations in Georgia, stations in Arizona, where we got some of those big races going on. So we'll have a lot of that information coming in through politics news. And at the bottom, we have another place to get election results. Even though, again, I showed you those individual articles, here's just another way to get that information. You can just click on this to tab through to, again, the different results as they come in. Obviously, there's nothing in there right now. So, again, a lot of different ways to get your election information. This site is not going anywhere tonight. It's not going away. It's definitely going to go places in terms of people clicking on it. But you also have a little snapshot of the same information that's on the top on our homepage. You can also go to the Fox 5 app, has some information at the top, although arguably this is a little bit more robust if you are on a mobile device and you go into your browser and type fox5dc.com/election. Nice quick way to get some of that information. So I am going to wrap things up here with this little stream that we're doing and get you ready for the next thing you're going to see on this stream, which is the large election coverage with our entire team doing the work. They're all over the DMV. They're all over the area. So I'm going to go ahead and walk away from this stream. I'll leave you with a picture of our website, and we will see you in just a little bit. Thanks for joining us.
Right now at 8, election night 2022, as polls close across the country, we are looking at those results as they come in, focusing on key races right here in the DMV.
Voters weren't just choosing their favorite candidates. A number of questions and referendums were on local ballots, including marijuana legislation and wages for tipped workers.
And nationally, after months of primaries, campaign events, and fundraising, will Democrats lose their grip on the House and the Senate? Our panel of political strategists weighing in on what could be a red wave for Capitol Hill.
Good evening, everybody. And welcome to the Fox 5 special coverage of Election Night 2022. Fox 5 has team coverage of all the major races in our region.
And right here in our Bethesda studios, we are joined by our Tom Fitzgerald, as well as our Katie Barlow out in the field, Tisha Lewis and Nana St. Ubonsu in Virginia covering the 7 districts congressional race. But we start with Tom tonight. Fitz, so much that we're keeping track of.
Yeah, you know, the control of the Congress is at stake tonight in both the House and the Senate. And, you know, based upon what happens tonight, this could really alter the course of the next 2 years of the Biden presidency. So let's get to it. Why is everybody talking about Virginia? Because Republicans need 5 seats, just 5 seats in the House to take control, and 3 of them could possibly be found in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I want to talk about the two that are most in the area of the DMV tonight. I want to start with the 7th Virginia District. Now, this is one that you have not had a break from on the coverage almost since this race was set. We're talking about Abigail Spanberger against Yesli Vega. Now, Spanberger, as you know, is the incumbent Democrat in this race. She is being challenged by Yesli Vega. She is a Republican member of the Prince William County Board of Supervisors, and Spanberger was elected to this seat by defeating a Republican. A Republican held this seat not all that long ago. The GOP really wants to flip this seat back, and that is why you have seen money pour into this race with these nonstop television ads. Also, the other race that a lot of people are focusing on in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we're talking about the 10th District in Virginia. Now, this is the one that pits Jennifer Wexton, who's the Democratic incumbent in that race, against the Republican Hung Cao. Now, the district that this 10th district is located also encompasses Loudoun County. And if you remember last summer, Loudoun County was the scene of some raucous scenes at school board meetings, which Governor Glenn Youngkin rode to victory in his election bid last year. Hung Cao has been trying to replicate that energy, and already tonight, Republicans are seeing in their early returns some gains on that. I also want to mention over in Maryland tonight, there is a big race going on, and it gets no bigger than the race for governor in Maryland. We're talking about Wes Moore, who is the Democratic nominee for the governorship of Maryland, versus the Republican candidate Dan Cox. Now, to be clear, Wes Moore has led in the fundraising in this race throughout. He has led in the endorsements, and he has led in the polling. But Dan Cox was endorsed by former President Donald Trump, and he has had a very solid base of conservative voters. Now, in Maryland, it's a 2-to-1 advantage for Democratic voters over Republicans. It's going to be tough for Dan Cox to not be able to get this win without having those independents and some Republicans. But as we say, the polls just closed. We have to wait and see how the votes come in to find out how it all shaked out. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Fitz, and there are also some key issues on the ballot tonight in Maryland as well. Voters will decide if recreational marijuana should be legalized.
And in the district, we know that voters there will decide if the minimum wage for tipped workers should go up. So let's go ahead and bring in our Fox 5 chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow. These are two pretty hot topics, Katie.
That's right, and polls just closed in both places, so perhaps we'll be getting answers soon on both questions. A lot of people talking about these, but let's start in Maryland. Ballot question 4. It asks voters there, do you favor legalization of the use of cannabis if you're over the age of 21 on or after July 1st, 2023 in the state of Maryland? So if it passes, it'll also direct the state legislatures in Maryland to go ahead and pass the laws that they'll need to govern the use, distribution, possession, taxation, and regulation of cannabis. Legalization will also have an impact in the courts. Anyone with a prior conviction of possession that would be legal under the new law will have that conviction expunged automatically. And those in favor say simple possession arrests are hurting Maryland families. Those opposed say there has to be a better way to regulate marijuana, and it's not this.
This has torn families apart in Maryland. Not only do they have that possession charge, it prevents them from getting housing, it prevents them from getting jobs. And so, this can rectify, a lot of communities in Maryland where these laws, have torn people and prevented, real opportunity for them.
I also see the impact that not just illegal drugs, but that our legal drugs have on people and on society and the public health costs that has. And so when I heard regulate marijuana like alcohol in DC and other states looking into that, I was actually somewhat concerned because what we've done with alcohol I don't think is the greatest.
Angie, as you said, voters in the district are also deciding the potential future wages of tipped employees in the city. If passed, Initiative 82 would increase the minimum wage in increments for tipped workers. That increase would happen over the next few years until the hourly rate matches non-tipped minimum wage workers in the city by 2027. Those on either side of the issue believe low pay is a problem, but they say there are different ways to go after solving it. Now, in 2018, D.C. voters actually approved similar legislation with 55% of voters in favor of upping the wages for tipped workers to minimum wage. But the D.C. Council overturned that vote because they were concerned about what it would mean for the hospitality industry, particularly restaurant owners. We're following both. And as we said, with the polls just closed, we'll keep you posted as soon as we know anything as the night goes on. Back to you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you. And we're following some breaking news right now out of Maryland, that gubernatorial race. The Associated Press just calling that for Wes Moore tonight, just the newly elected governor there in Maryland. And of course, our Lindsay Watts is up in Baltimore at that watch party. We are efforting to get her up and see what the mood is like from that location tonight.
And this makes Wes Moore the state's first black governor. And according to the AP, he's the third black governor elected in the country. But once again, we will be checking in with Lindsay Watts, who is with the Wes Moore party, following the AP calling the governor's race for Wes Moore. Now, Republicans only need to flip 5 seats to take control of the House of Representatives. Virginia alone could deliver several of those. The Commonwealth's most watched race has been in the 7th district between Abigail Spanberger and Yesli Vega.
And of course, we've got team coverage for you tonight. Nana sent you Bonsu live in Prince William County at Vegas Watch Party. But let's start off with our Tisha Lewis. She's live in Fredericksburg at the watch party for incumbent Democrat Abigail Spanberger. I can finally hear people behind you there, Tisha.
I know people started coming in at 7 p.m. tonight. What I can say is that this race, the outcome of this race could determine who controls the House. On our Fox 5 DC election page, Spanberger right now is down by 10,000 votes. That's with 34% of the votes counted so far. Again, the watch party is still happening. You can see behind me lots of folks here in Fredericksburg. We're told Spanberger will share some sentiments at the podium a little later tonight. The doors open at 4 p.m. to the media here at the inn at the Old Silk Mill in Fredericksburg. We did ask supporters here what was the issue that was the deciding factor for them.
Bipartisanship and also abortion. That is my #1 issue as a woman, and not having exceptions for rape or incest or even like issues with pregnancies later in terms. I think there should be exceptions, and I think women should be able to make their own decisions with their bodies.
The right to choose, yeah, and her support for the right to choose, and her opponent saying very sketchy things about that.
All right, back out here live. What we can tell you is not only is this anticipated to be a very key race, it was a very expensive race with a reported $20 million spent on this race. We did ask Spanberger a little bit earlier today, what are the issues she thinks on the mind of many in the Commonwealth, and she says lowering costs and lowering crime. Back to you.
I'm the most bipartisan member of the Virginia delegation. I've had legislation signed into law by former President Trump and current President Biden because I work to build coalitions around the issues that matter, that get results for Virginians. So I appreciate the fact that it's an exciting time, and I hope everyone will get out and vote, and I ask for their vote.
Important note, Spanberger is no stranger to tight races. Back in 2020, she won by just 8,000 votes. In 2018, she won by about 6,000. This is expected to be a tight race, but so far, she's down by 10,000. Back to you.
Thank you, Tisha. I want to get back to that breaking news out of the state of Maryland, where we know the polls have been closed for half an hour. And also, there's some big news.
Yeah, Democrat Wes Moore has been declared the winner against the Trump-backed Republican Dan Cox. Our Lindsay Watts live at that watch party in Baltimore. I hear the elation behind you.
Ladies, a lot of excitement here in Baltimore. In just the last few minutes, they projected up on the screen that the AP was calling this race for Wes Moore. Any moment now, we are expecting both Moore and his running mate, Aruna Miller, to be taking the stage. I was told that Wes Moore is not going to be waiting for any kind of concession or any kind of call from his opponent, Dan Cox. As soon as this race was called, if it was called in his favor, I was told that he would be joining this crowd of his supporters to come and be welcomed as Maryland's first black governor. And across the nation, in our nation's history, so far there have only been 2 black governors. And so Wes Moore, as we have just learned tonight, will be the third. A lot of excitement here at this watch party. And, across the country, Democrats have some anxiety. There are tight congressional races. There are tight governor races. Moore was favored to win, so this is certainly a bright spot for Democrats. And an interesting tradition that we have going here in Maryland. Every time there is a change in hands of the governor's office, since 1995, the party has switched. So Moore is keeping this tradition alive. He will come to be our governor after Republican Larry Hogan. And it really makes the point that in Maryland and in a lot of places when it comes to governor races, people really are looking at the candidate, not so much the political party. And we are certainly seeing that here in Maryland as well. We will come back and let you know just as soon as Wes Moore is taking the stage here. We're expecting that to happen any moment, but an elated crowd. A lot of excitement here, guys. Back to you.
We're standing by to head back to Baltimore and see Wes Moore take the stage. Thank you, Lindsay. And of course, we've got much more coverage on election night happening across the country and right here in the DMV.
That's right. Next, we're going to be joined by political strategists to talk about voter concerns. Welcome back to our election coverage. We take a live look right now of D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser's watch party. This is at Hook Hall in Northwest D.C. She is vying to stay in office for a third term. Now, it's important to note the district does not have term limits. So if she is reelected, Mayor Bowser would be only the second mayor in D.C. history to win a third term. The Democrat has three challengers: Republican Stacia Hall, Independent Rodney Red Grant, and Libertarian Dennis Sobin. Fox 5's coverage of the 7th District race between Abigail Spanberger and Yesli Vega continues.
Our Nana St. Ubonsu live in Prince William.
Guys, good evening. The party has definitely started here at Yesli Vega's campaign watch night party. You can see people are gathered in the center talking. It's okay. People just bumping in. We got people sitting at the bar ordering drinks and food and obviously glued to them seats watching the screens over there. We're told Vega is on her way, but we know she spent most of her day at the polls like most candidates trying to secure some last-minute votes. Now, Vega is currently a Prince William County supervisor who is looking to become Virginia's first first elected Latina in Congress and flipped Virginia's 7th congressional district. Just like her opponent, Abigail Stamberger, County Supervisor Vega has a background in law enforcement. She served on Alexandria Police Department and is a current deputy with the Prince William Sheriff's Office. Now, the 37-year-old was recently endorsed by former President Donald Trump, and some of her key issues she's running on are reducing inflation, border security, and giving parents right to know what is taking place in the classroom. And with us to talk a little bit about why it was important for him to be here is a supporter of Vega, Steve Heath. Thank you so much. Now, you do live here in Woodbridge, Occoquan, right across the street.
I can walk home from this place.
You can walk home from this place, but why was it important for you to be here today? And why is it important to vote in this race?
Because what's going on in Prince William County and in Occoquan is the same thing that's happening in every community in this country. The regular people are losing out while our elites have no idea what we're talking about. You know, we have to deal with things every day, like our kids going to school, but no, they shut the schools down. We have to deal with things every day, like, you know, teenage angst, and instead they want to tell us, no, if you don't agree with your kid's latest impulse, we're going to take your kids away from you and send you to jail. It's just insanity. It's crazy. You know, every community is going through that.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Heath. I appreciate it. And as you heard, we have some cheers coming in. It's just people watching other GOP candidates on the screens. But as you heard, this is an important race, not just for people here across the country, and we will keep our eyes on it and have those results for you. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Nana. And more than 40 million Americans have already voted early this election. And tonight we are watching the polls as they have, in our area at least, already closed. And turnout is especially important this time around, as it always is. And we want to bring in our political panel this evening to talk more about that turnout.
And we have our friend Charles Wilson here. He is the chairman of the Democratic Party in D.C. and Nicole Bennett to my left joining us. She's the vice chair of the Maryland Republican Party. We appreciate you joining us on what is sure to be a busy and a late night. I just looked at the Fox 5 Insta poll. We asked our voters and our viewers, what was the #1 thing that brought you out tonight? And 70% at this point, inflation. Would you agree that the people that are leaving these polls are saying that it's the money, that it's the economy that has brought them out to vote?
Absolutely. I think when you think about economic drivers, having a job is a great thing. Being retired, if you've worked long enough, is a great thing. But when you see your dollar not stretching far enough, especially going into the holiday season, where turkeys are more expensive, Christmas gifts, home heating oil for people who live in rural areas like I do, almost $1,200 to fill up my tank just once, and I'm going to have to do that 3 more times this year just to stay warm. So inflation is really, really the top issue with voters.
Charles, was there a miscalculation from the Democrats with the Dobbs decision to it almost seems solely rely on abortion, on reproductive rights, considering all the inflation and the issues that were happening?
Well, as we know in politics, the winds change consistently and constantly. And so if the election were in June, I'm sure the Democrats would be very happy right now. But we're here in November, and inflation is a big issue. It is a concern for most Americans. The good thing is that folks are still working. Unemployment is very low. So it would be a greater concern if inflation was high and people were losing their jobs. And so I'm just hoping that we'll see in the turnout that Democrats will still be successful in the election.
It's certainly something that a lot of people are looking at. Nicole, we may have to cut you off here quickly because we want to get back to Baltimore, to Wes Moore, who's about to take the stage. Does it surprise you what happened in Maryland, considering that we had a 2-time Republican governor, and now we've switched, the tide has turned completely to a different party, a different model of doing things in Maryland?
No, that's really our tradition. It's generally how Maryland gets it done.
Just switching.
Yeah. I want to go back to what you were saying, Marina, because as we know, everything that we've heard, all the signs have pointed that the Republicans are going to be taking the House. And I want to know your thoughts on the impact on the Democratic Party, especially when it comes to shifting how they approach these issues like abortion and the economy and inflation, because I feel like we're going to see a lot of the older leadership that this party has known make their way out, sweepingly make their way out, opening up a door for a new generation of leaders in the party. Do you think that we're going to see a shift towards a more moderate approach?
I think what we're going to see is a little bit probably more civility as we're moving to a much more homogeneous kind of leadership style. Listen, no one at this point, the condition of our country, can afford to be hard-headed. We're going to have to meet somewhere in the middle and come up with some real solutions going forward. And I think both parties should be up for that challenge.
The Democrats, a talking point is democracy, ensuring voter integrity. And that's not to say that that's not something that Republicans want to see, but obviously when you look at maybe a far-right candidate, that's not as part of the discourse there. Do you see that homogeneous swath of people coming together and maybe stopping what we've seen as infighting, because it was very polarized? Is there somewhere in the middle where we can start to return to?
I think there is, and there'll be plenty of time after the election to kind of do Tuesday morning quarterback and talk about what should have, could have, what we, should happen in the future. And I know the Democratic Party leadership is looking forward to that conversation about the future of our party and continue to develop that bench.
Do you also see the Democrats coming more towards the middle as opposed to skewing more far left?
I think there's a balance, and we'll see on the results. I mean, the results will tell it all. I think it's always good to have people in your camp who push the conversation, but you also need to kind of bring it back to the middle as well.
If we see a situation where the Democrats do lose the House and the Senate, I'm interested in seeing how the president is going to respond to this and how the White House is going to respond to this. I don't assume that we're going to have a news conference tomorrow from him on that.
Right.
I mean, maybe we will. But I'm interested in just seeing, are we going to see the Senator Joe Biden go back to try to meet people in the middle? Or is it going to go the opposite direction and see him go more progressive?
Again, it'll be based on the results. I mean, if the Republicans win big, he's going to have to be that senator and bring folks across the aisle and meet in the middle somewhere. And maybe that's great for America. That we kind of come to a common ground. But at the end of the day, we got to get prepared for 2 years from now for the other big race.
All right, we appreciate both your insight, Charles Wilson, as well as Nicole Bennett, joining us today on Fox 5 Plus. When we come back, we've got so much more on election night coverage. It doesn't end here.
No, it isn't. Stay with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Control of the Senate on the line tonight as Democrats try to hold the upper chamber.
But will there be a red wave as predicted by polling? Our Shirin Rajae joining us now with the latest on some of those top national races. Shirin?
Yeah, right now the Senate is split 50-50. Vice President Kamala Harris holds that tie-breaking 51st vote. But tonight, 35 Senate seats are up for grabs. Control of the chamber will come down to the races in some of these key battleground states. So let's start in Georgia. Polls closed there at 7. And while it's the first Senate battleground state to complete voting, it could be the last state to determine a winner. Incumbent Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock and former football star Herschel Walker, a friend and ally of former President Trump, are in a tight race. Warnock was first elected in 2020. Walker has been rocked by allegations that he paid at least one woman to have an abortion, despite touting himself as an anti-abortion purist. Now, there is also a third-party candidate in this race, and so if no candidate wins more than 50% of the vote, there could be a runoff in December. Remember, Georgia was one of the closest races in the 2020 election, with President Biden winning by just about 10,000 votes. Right now, about 30% of the precincts are reporting. We are seeing right now that Warnock is up 55 to 43%. Moving on to the race in Pennsylvania. This is also very close between Democrat John Fetterman, the state's lieutenant governor, and Republican celebrity doctor and TV host Mehmet Oz. This seat is to replace retiring GOP Senator Pat Toomey. Fetterman has spent much of the campaign recovering from a stroke that he had back in May, and the effects of the stroke were on clear display during the only debate between these two candidates a couple weeks ago. And leading up to tonight, this race is also a toss-up, according to Fox News' power rankings. Out west in Arizona, the Grand Canyon State is another place we are watching closely at this hour. Democrat Senator Mark Kelly, a NASA astronaut and husband to former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords, is seeking a full 6-year term. He is running against Trump-endorsed candidate Blake Masters. Polls show this race has tightened in recent weeks. And polls are still open in Arizona. A couple of other key Senate races we are watching closely: Wisconsin, Florida. Of course, we'll be following these all night. We'll bring you more results as we get them. Angie.
Thank you, Shirin. Coming up, Fox 5's election coverage continues.
And after the break, the legal challenges that some of the states are already facing this election day. Welcome back to Fox 5's special coverage of election night right here on Fox 5 Plus. Fox 5 has a team coverage across the region on all our major races.
And tonight we are joined in our Bethesda studios by Tom Fitzgerald and Katie Barlow. Lindsay Watts is covering Maryland's governor race from the Westmore Watch Party. David Kaplan is in Virginia covering the District 10 race between Jennifer Wexton and Hung Cao. But we begin with Tom and Katie here in studio.
Hey, good evening. What we wanted to do was talk a little bit about something that you've heard a lot about, and that's about legal challenges to voting. So, Katie, obviously, this is your wheelhouse. Everybody hears about challenges, but I don't know if people have quite dug into what that means. When lawyers are challenging these things, what exactly are they challenging?
Yeah, so it's helpful to think of it as I do, kind of in three different buckets. So we've already talked about the fact that there were a record number of challenges, lawsuits being filed running up to Election Day. The AP said over 100. That's a record number. And those are challenging things like how votes are cast and which votes get counted, like we've seen in Pennsylvania, where voters who put the wrong date on the outside envelope or didn't have a date, the Supreme Court rule said you can't count those votes there. But we're also seeing, now that we're on Election Day, the second batch of legal challenges is what's happening when people are waiting in line at the polls. If there are tech issues, if people don't have access to the polls, there are now emergency requests being filed in court saying, hey, you got to keep the polls open a little bit longer, or there's voter intimidation happening. And interestingly, the RNC chair, Ronna McDaniel, just tweeted that they're actually going to file an emergency request in Maricopa County in Arizona for the polls to be open an hour later. And that's something you, as the political expert, would know. We don't usually see Republicans asking to extend.
And we don't often see it in our area as well, too. And you had noted today that the Department of Justice announced that it was going to be sending a team to Prince George's County and also Manassas Park as well. That is somewhat unusual in this area. But, you know, for years, having attorneys observe elections is nothing new. I mean, this goes on every single year. But in the past 2 years, since the 2020 election, it's really changed the landscape of when we talk about this stuff. Is this ever going to go back to the way it was? Or
I don't think so. I think we're locked into folks making sure that the Voting Rights Act is complied with and that people have access to the polls, and that's how it should be.
All right, Marina, Angie, we'll send it back to you.
And moving to Maryland, where the polls have been closed for 33 minutes now. Voters will choose a new governor, or have chosen a new governor.
Democrat nonprofit exec and combat veteran Wes Moore faced off against the Trump-backed Republican Dan Cox, and we know that there is a winner already in Maryland. Our Lindsay Watts live at that Westmore Watch Party in Baltimore. We are expecting him to speak any moment now, Lindsay.
Ladies, in the last 20 minutes, this race was called for Wes Moore. We are starting to hear from some speakers right now. Maryland Congressman Steny Hoyer, the House Majority Leader, is on stage. Moments ago, we heard from Maryland Speaker Adrian Jones, who told the crowd, "We made history." Wes Moore will be the first black governor here in Maryland and only the third black governor in our nation's history. Any moment we are expecting them to take the stage here. You can see last night, Moore was joined by President Joe Biden in Prince George's County. This was a rally at Bowie State University. A lot of enthusiasm there. Moore was also endorsed by former President Barack Obama. His opponent, Republican Dan Cox, he was endorsed by former President Donald Trump, and notably not endorsed by Maryland's current Republican governor, Larry Hogan. Hogan said early on that he was no supporter of Cox and would not be voting for him. Again, we're just waiting here at this watch party for Wes Moore and his running mate, Aruna Miller, to be taking the stage. A lot of enthusiasm here tonight, as Wes Moore will be the next governor here in Maryland. Back to you.
All right, when that happens, Lindsay, we'll be coming back to Baltimore with you. In the meantime, Virginia's 10th congressional district will be under a microscope tonight. Democratic incumbent Jennifer Wexton trying to fend off a challenge from Republican Hung Cao.
Fox 5's David Kaplan live at Wexton's campaign watch party tonight out in Ashburn, Virginia. Hey, David.
Well, good evening. Good to be with you all. This is a dead heat right now thus far as the results have come in. However, I can tell you there is some optimism thus far in Democratic circles, largely because only one precinct out of 11 in this district in Fairfax County has come in, and Jennifer Wexton does retain a slight lead thus far based on the precincts that have reported. You know, you look at the big picture here in Virginia and what it has portended for the national environment going forward. President Trump elected in 2016. Virginia keeps a Democratic governor in 2017. Chooses a Democratic House of Representatives in 2018. Then 2020, Joe Biden wins this state by 10 points, and then a 12-point swing with Governor Youngkin winning by 2 points. That 12 points is especially notable here in Jennifer Wexton's race. She won by 12 in 2018 when she came into office. Also won by 12, outperforming Joe Biden in 2020 when she kept her seat. The question is, given the national environment right now, will she keep her seat against Hung Cao, a formidable opponent thus far? Polling has shown that this race could potentially be close. However, it is still early on in the night. We do not necessarily know if Hung Cao will be able to keep this up. Certainly something that everybody here is watching with bated breath. As for the national environment, we did hear from State Senator John Bell, who acknowledged this could be a big and tough night nationwide. However, they again are retaining some optimism about Jennifer Wexton. Take a listen.
Well, I mean, the midterms are traditionally the party opposite of the presidency. Usually doesn't do too well. And let's be honest, inflation's problematic right now. And we've got some challenges out there in the world. So I think it's pretty normal to expect some flashback against Democrats with a president who's Democratic.
Hung Cao appearing multiple times with Governor Youngkin, especially at the close of this campaign. Still very early as it relates to this race. We'll be here following it in the coming hours. Back to you.
Still to come, control of Congress. Control of Congress up for grabs this election day.
Which national races could determine the future of the country's political climate?
There are 36 governor's races around the country happening tonight. Both parties look to up their count.
And there are some rematches, some surprises, and even some history that could be made tonight. Sharon Roger back with us tonight. Sharon, what are we watching tonight?
Yeah, a lot going on. Polls have closed in several states, and we already have some results to share with you. Republican governors were reelected in Alabama, Tennessee, and we can also say that Republican Ron DeSantis was reelected in Florida. Former Trump Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders is elected governor of Arkansas. Democrats are keeping the governor's mansion in Illinois, and Dems took back the governor's mansion in Massachusetts. These races will likely hit to have a major impact on abortion rights, LGBTQ rights, other issues. They could also carry possible implications for the 2024 elections. Now, one of the hottest races we are keeping an eye on right now is down in Georgia. Incumbent Republican Governor Brian Kemp is hoping for a second term. He's up against a very familiar opponent, Democrat Stacey Abrams. The two squared off 4 years ago. Kemp won, but Abrams claimed voter suppression. Kemp was Secretary of State at the time. Kemp is favored, but he came under fire in 2020 from former President Trump when Trump blamed Kemp for not doing enough to overturn the 2020 results there. It is a very close race right now. About 30% of the precincts are reporting Kemp has a slight lead with about 20,000 votes at this hour. Let's get to New York now, where there is a surprisingly tight race for governor. Current Governor Kathy Hochul is in a fight for her life against Trump-backed Lee Zeldin. Normally, this would be an easy win for Dems, but Zeldin has used inflation and crime to gain momentum there. Hochul became governor after Andrew Cuomo resigned, and polls are open there, by the way, in New York for at least another 15 minutes. In Wisconsin, another state that we are watching very closely, this is also a very tight race. Democratic incumbent Governor Tony Evers is hoping for a second term. He's up against businessman Tim Michels. Now, the latest Marquette University poll shows that a toss-up of both candidates getting 48%. Polls closed there at the top of the hour. One race we didn't plan to be talking about, the race in Oregon. That state has not had a Republican governor since 1987, but that could change tonight. Republican Christine Drazan has polled better than Democrat Tina Kotek in recent weeks. There is also a third-party candidate who could factor in. They are running to replace outgoing Democratic Governor Katie Brown, who is leaving her job with the title of the nation's least popular governor. Obviously, polls out there won't close for a couple more hours, but we are following these key races very closely. We'll bring you more updates as we get them. Angie?
Thank you, Sharon. And straight ahead on Fox 5's Election Night Special, we're going to go back to our panel of political strategists.
Yeah, we want to get their take again on this potential red wave in Congress and how that really impacts the country moving forward. Stay with us.
I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I need love and affection.
All right, let's take you back out live to D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser's watch party. This is happening in Hook Hall. That's in Northwest D.C. She is vying to stay in office for a third term. Important to note, the district does not have term limits. If she's reelected, Mayor Bowser would only be the second mayor in D.C. history to win a third term. The Democrat has three challengers: Republican Stacia Hall, Independent Rodney Red Grant, and Libertarian Dennis Sobin. And as we continue our coverage right here, we want to turn back to the impact of those local races and what will happen in the House and Senate.
Well, will there be this red wave? How will that impact what President Biden will do moving forward? And will the red wave lead to changes in how we vote? You have to remember, Republicans have been behind efforts to increase voter restrictions around the country.
Charles Wilson, chair of D.C.'s Democratic Party, Nicole Bennett, vice chair of Maryland's Republican Party. We talked a little bit about this earlier on. So far in the night, it's only 8:47. The night is young. There have been no surprises. So again, we're surmising what can happen, what can't happen. Do you see this red wave taking place?
Oh, absolutely. The energy is there. I think our messaging was on point with the electorate. We've worked really hard in campaigns around the country, and I'm expecting big wins.
So I think we all have agreed that from what we're hearing, they are primed to take over the House. But when it comes to the Senate, I mean, the Democrats have no room for error, right?
No, we don't. And we're all crossing our fingers that, you know, we got the vote out and that people are voting blue. So
yeah, we have Tom Fitzgerald who's standing by. Fitz, there you are. You've been watching both of these races very closely.
Well, you know, what's interesting as you head into tonight, though, is that there was a calculation made on both sides of these parties. The Democrats went into this election saying they believed, in wake of the Dobbs decision on abortion, that that was going to be the thing that was going to energize Democratic voters, that was going to throw them to the polls. The Republicans said, large part, no, it's the economy. And both sides really dug in their heels on that. And the thing that we're seeing tonight, and we had seen in the polling over the summer, was the inflation rate is really the dominant issue that a lot of people are voting on tonight. And that's what we are seeing is fueling the Republican wins that we are seeing tonight. You know, looking at the images on the screen right now, this is the race between Abigail Spanberger and Yesli Vega. This is Virginia's 7th district. Now, as we stand here right now, these returns are coming in. Yesli Vega is up ahead in that race. But that has been viewed, this race in our backyard has been used as a bellwether test for Republicans' ability to wrest control of the U.S. House of Representatives from the Democrats. It's not a big haul they need to make tonight. They only need to gain 5 seats. If they're able to get those 5 seats, that's going to mean a number of things. It's going to mean the end of the speakership of Nancy Pelosi. It's likely to mean an upheaval in the leadership in the House Republican Party, because Kevin McCarthy would then become the speaker. All the other Republicans would move up the chain of command. And also you would see within the Democratic Party itself a real push for some of those older leaders. You know, we're talking about Jim Clyburn, talking about Nancy Pelosi, and you're talking about locally here in Maryland, there have been voices about Steny Hoyer maybe not being the leader of the Democrats for as long as he has been. So we could see a lot of changes based upon what happens in this House race tonight.
Yeah, new guard in the House and the Senate. Chris Van Hollen securing his seat back as the incumbent there. I saw you nodding when he was talking about Yesli Vega. That race has been very interesting. There is the talk about the Youngkin effect in the Commonwealth and how things really changed when it was up to education and students and parent involvement. And really, we've seen in a lot of districts that these Republican candidates have seized upon that. And they've said, this is what will take for us to regain those seats. You see that happening in that district?
Oh, absolutely. So pro-parent candidates are winning all over the nation. I think one of the big differences this cycle between Republicans and Democrats was Republicans focused on quality of life issues, where Democrats kind of were more on their value base. When the economy is bad and there are things happening in your children's school that you may or may not like, there's controversy, people like stability. And I think Governor Youngkin brings that stability. He says, listen, I'm going to be a governor for everybody, although I'm a registered Republican, but we're going to lead the way that every parent would want, the way that every financially sound person would like it. And Yesli Vega kind of jumped into his coattails, and I think she's going to win big.
It'll be a race to watch, there's no question.
If we see poor performance in the blue states for Democrats, is this a pretty bleak outlook going from here? And what does this mean as we look forward to 2024? I mean, I know history has shown, we look at the Clinton administration, Barack Obama, yes, the midterms were terrible right after them, and they both still ended up getting reelected. So if you're going to look at history, but what does this tell you, looking at what we're seeing so far?
Yeah, again, we're going to have to wait for the numbers to come out. But there'll be plenty of time to, look at the numbers and again say what should we have done, what can we do as we go forward.
But wouldn't that have been in 2020? And yes, the White House shifted and it went Democrat, but you always start looking at elections then. The midterms are just as important because the president really can't do much when you don't have the House or the Senate.
Right, and so you're right. Yes, and what if there is this red wave, which I don't think it'll be a tidal wave.
Tsunami. Okay. I'm going to get him a life jacket.
We're gonna see a different Joe Biden, and we're gonna see a different talent that he has and that has developed over his career, and that's bringing Republicans and Democrats to the center to have a conversation about the future of the country.
So you're telling me that we don't think we're going to see this gridlock up until this point, up until the next election?
Well,
if that were to happen.
Yeah, based on the results, I don't think Americans want the gridlock.
No, I don't think so. But do they want democracy? Do both of these sides want true democracy?
I think
together?
The American public wants the government to work.
Yeah.
That's what
Tom Fitzgerald, you've been covering government in this town for a real long time. Government working. I laugh because it's almost like it is what should be happening, but truly Americans don't seem to think that that's what's happening.
Well, I mean, with our divided government right now, do not hold your breath on that one because there's not going to be any miraculous coming together after tonight. If anything, these parties are farther apart than they've ever been. But, getting back to Angie's point about what would happen should the Republicans break big tonight, and it's going to mean big things for Joe Biden. Joe Biden, when he ran for president 2 years ago, ran on the principle that he had been a very experienced vice president for 8 years, that he had been in the Senate for 36 years, and he was a guy who could cut deals and brokerages. Now, he really hasn't had to do much of that because he held big majorities in both the big places where you want him. He held a majority in the Senate. He held a thin majority in the House. The wheeler dealer, Joe Biden's going to have to come out for the next 2 years because he's going to have to work with these Republicans, whether they take the Senate or the House or one or the other, if he wants to get anything done in the next 2 years. And, Angie, you're right about that. When you look back on Bill Clinton's second term, it was made possible in large part because Republicans got those majorities and maybe overreached. And Barack Obama went through the same thing. So this is not to say that Joe Biden has any clear path here for the next 24 months if they were to lose the majority in the House and the Senate, but it's going to make it easier for Biden to go out if he decides to run for president in 2024 and say, look, I've been held up by the Republicans. They've stopped me in my tracks. Give me back a majority in the House and the Senate. Maybe I can do some things.
All right, Fitz, Charles, and Nicole, we thank you for your expertise. This conversation will continue, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Election coverage right here on Fox 5 Plus continues after this. It's been a busy, busy night. Our election coverage continues. We've got our Katie Barlow here and Tom Fitzgerald. Katie, let's start with you. Final thoughts.
I think everything so far seems to be going smoothly in our area. Votes are coming in. No big reports of issues or problems in the voting line. So fingers crossed, but we'll see.
Famous last words.
Yeah, exactly. Fair enough.
How about you, Fitz? I know you're tired of talking and hearing your own voice,
it's
but
clear from the Democrats we've talked to that if they had to do this again, they would have focused more on inflation, on pocketbook issues. Those are where the voters were this year, and you know they did not spend a lot of time talking about that.
I did want to ask you this, though, because when we talk about the House, I can see that. But when it comes to the Senate, it usually comes down to a few key races. Is it more about the individual rather than the national politics and the national conversation?
Well, you know, Tip O'Neill, who was the former Speaker of the House, once said that all politics is local. And when you're talking about Senate races, there were 34, 36 Senate races this year. In large part, the division in the United States Senate is incredibly representative about what's going on in the country right now. We should be a 50-50 Senate because we are a 50-50 country right now. We are split.
8 of those seats are hugely contested tonight. We'll see what happens with those. All right, guys, we got to go. It's incredible. We've done a full hour here. The fun here doesn't stop.
No, it's been great. In fact, you can go to fox5dc.com for your continuous live coverage of our election and the elections going around here as well as nationwide. And we have more from Wes Moore's his watch party.
Yep, we're expecting to hear that. So go on to our website, fox5dc.com. We'll be back on Fox 5 News at 10 and 11. Have a great night.
Ah, there we go. There we go. Sorry about that. We were a little bit off there, so hopefully you are seeing us now on our extended live stream. Tom Fitzgerald will be joining in a few minutes. He's pulling some of the races together. I am your humble host, John Colucci, oversee the web team here at Fox 5. So something that we are waiting for that'll probably kick me off the air until we have, come on through, until Tom comes on. Oh, no, come on through. We're just doing this live. We're doing it live. We're having a lot of fun here. So right now, we are waiting for the governor-elect of Maryland, Wes Moore, to speak. He has his, oops, sorry, my audio is on there. He will be speaking live, but as you probably have already seen, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our computer here. We are having, sorry, one here, my monitor. Anyway, hold on. There we go. Over here. Just a reminder, if you come to fox5dc.com/election, which is our election hub, we have all the results you could ever need. So if you haven't already checked it out, at the top we have all the results as they're coming in. Obviously, the big race is Wes Moore. Has been elected Maryland's first black governor. He will be the third governor who is black or man of color or black in the country. And if in Georgia, if Stacey Abrams were to win there, she would be the fourth governor, the first female black governor. So that would be interesting news coming out of there. Maryland, Chris Van Hollen has won his second U.S. Senate term. A lot of people are not surprised by that information. And then we still have on our website what's at stake with the election, where some of the candidates stand on certain topics, and then of course we break down the results. We get a lot of these results from the Associated Press. So we have Maryland, Virginia, and the district. These are all available to you on our site. Also on the right-hand side of the screen, I'm actually going to go ahead and take up the entire screen. We have, this comes from our friends at Fox News, a feed of where the Senate and House seats stand across the country. So we've had a lot of races declared already across the country, including Florida, including Alabama, and then also, you know, some of the news that's happening. So if you click on that, you can come over to Fox News, see some additional information, but we have a lot of that information right on our site. And as you already know, there's a lot more information that we have for you about kind of what's happening across the DMV. Let me go ahead and get, sorry, my mouse here is moving a little bit off. So hold on one second there we go. But yeah, so tonight, obviously, we have a long election night ahead of us here at Fox 5. We have a web team that is staffed, and we have a lot more coming tomorrow on, and there's really a lot of information that we're going to have, not all tonight. We think a lot of election results are going to come in a little bit later, probably some tomorrow. I guess this is the first time we're announcing this. We soft launched Fox 5 DC on TikTok. So if you have TikTok, you can follow Fox 5 DC. We did one video so far, so it's not too much content just yet. But on the TikTok, we went around the newsroom and asked people what time they thought certain results would be called. You know, obviously, if you think back to the primary, specifically in Maryland, where there was some, you know, the mail-in ballots took a little bit longer to get tabulated, so it took, I think, 2 or 3 weeks for, maybe more, probably more like 3 weeks, for the results from, say, the Montgomery County executive race to get declared. So that took quite a while. And just keep in mind, we are waiting for Wes Moore to take the stage. So once he pops on, I will be gone. You will not have to hear me talk, but we will bring that live. But yeah, so we were taking some kind of quiet bets, so to speak, not actual betting. You know, it's not legal yet in Maryland, sports betting. But we went ahead and kind of took some guesses, and Tom, I think, said 8:02 or 8:03 for when he thought the governor race would be declared in Maryland, and about 8:05 was when it was actually declared. So it's kind of interesting. But yeah, so anyway, you can check that out at Fox 5 DC on TikTok, so we're really excited about that platform. And while I'm waiting, I'm going to just type since we're literally doing this all live, so the web team's on the other side of the room. Get ready to tweet about the Moore So anyway, literally, so just knowing how real time we are with this web desk, I'm literally communicating with our web team on the other side of the room on Slack. There's a lot of ways that we kind of put all this stuff together. For you, a lot of what we're doing on this web team is a lot of election planning. So one of the things that's really interesting, and if you think about kind of the news industry, is we do a lot of pre-planning for these elections. We don't just kind of show up today and go, okay, let's start, getting ready for writing some stories. Like, we actually start to kind of preliminarily write some information. Oh, Tom is there. He's doing something. Tom will be joining us in just a few minutes. But we pre-write a lot of the web stories just so we're ready to go when the announcement comes. So we have a lot of stuff ready to go. We have graphics made. We have all sorts of things that we kind of stage so that when the news comes out, we're ready to go. And then we can spend more time kind of adding things on top of it. We can kind of add layers on top of these things and add more information as it comes. So that way we can kind of focus our energy on other things, other news of the night. We are keeping a very close eye on the stuff that's happening across the country too. Obviously, it's still early here. There's a lot of stuff. Are you coming? Are you joining?
I'm joining.
And you're taking over? Okay, because I was like, I can't be Tom Fitzgerald. You're just too good at it. You're just like way too good at it. But I will hand this over to you, or you get settled. You get settled, and I will hand this over to you, and you can take over.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
The beauty of unrehearsed television.
Yes, and just so you know, we're literally going to do this live. So when on 5, you'll press this button here to take, if you want to take that live. Back over here.
Brooke Learman?
Yeah, Learman, or that's where Wesmore's going to be. Let me go back to this one. Oh, sorry. You can do all that stuff. And then 10, this one here, this is the one to take the audio.
Okay.
5 up.
What have you got up now?
And then 5, I have it on you, 3.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so, bye.
Goodbye, John. Thank you. How are you, sir?
Thank you. I was meaning to do much better. Yeah.
Where is my mouse? See, now John messed up all my stuff. I had it in a certain way over here.
Your mic. He does have it.
How did this get like this? Quickly discovered there's not enough desk space here.
Still cool.
All right, now I need this back here so I can read this because my eyes are no good. All right, we good to go?
Yeah. You want to punch up that two-shot?
I'm going to start with the 1. All right, we're back. Tom Fitzgerald with you here at Fox 5 Live. You are in the Fox 5 newsroom tonight, and we're doing a little bit of an experiment with you here online. You are looking at election results live with us as we do in the newsroom. The only thing you're not experiencing is the pizza and the soda beverages that we passed out to everybody in the newsroom. So this is what we're doing. We've been bringing some of the experts throughout the D.C. area into our newsroom tonight to kind of talk about what they're seeing, analyze some of these results. And we want to bring in a familiar face to any of you who watch our political coverage here at Fox 5's Jack Calavitrios. He is a GOP strategist and head of JK Strategies.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tom.
We'll get into the results in a minute here, but I just want to, if you've been watching these results come in, we talked about a red wave, we talked about a red ripple, we talked about a blue wall. Where do you see this falling to so far tonight? And understand we got a long way to go.
I mean, a long way to go. I'm looking at my texts, and I have one Republican friend who's, starting to get nervous, and I'm like, what are you doing? I mean, it's too early.
Yeah.
I mean, the House is going to flip, and we may not know about the Senate, but it only takes one more Senate pickup, to change the entire balance of power in the Senate.
Yeah, we spent so much time talking about the House, but it seemed to me all along that, you know, there was a story here in the Senate that was largely underreported. Why is that? Why did we spend so much time talking about the House? Was it because of Speaker Nancy Pelosi?
I mean, that is a good question, because let's face it, Joe Biden could have done the best job ever, and you know, and his approval ratings could be much higher, and yet there still was a very, very good likelihood that he was going to lose at least 5 seats, because history shows that that's what happens for the entire 20th century. It was George W. Bush was the only one, and it was because of 9/11 that in 2002 he actually picked up seats instead of losing seats. Everyone always does in the House, and the margin was just too slim for the Democrats to keep.
So if the Republicans are able to pull this off tonight, we probably shouldn't be too surprised, because historically presidents in power do tend to slip, barring something like what you just talked about.
I mean, definitely in the House. I mean, I happen to think it's going to be in the 20+ range. I know I heard Karl Rove yesterday talking about how that's huge. Like, it's not going to be 40, because when the Republicans did pick up 40, the Newt Gingrich, you know, 1994, they were coming from such a low number after 40 years in the wilderness. So 20+ is a red wave in the House, and that is a big deal.
Want to look at some results?
Yeah.
Let's look at some results.
Let's do it.
Let's get over to the board here and take a look at what we're seeing here. Now, this is fox5dc.com/elections. You can go to where you are right now. Keep our window up. Open up another window. Open up this page right now. So, all right, let's just start with the governor's race here in Maryland. Westmore was called the winner by the AP in this race almost immediately. You know, 8 o'clock. That's when the polls close in Maryland. What did you see in this race between Westmore? Dan Cox, endorsed by former President Donald Trump, really shunned by the current Republican governor, Larry Hogan.
Yeah.
Never really seemed to get the wheels underneath him, and then always was trailing more both in the polls and in fundraising.
Completely expected, and he's no Bob Ehrlich, he's no Governor Hogan, knew this was going to happen. I think everyone sort of knew it would.
How does a guy like that, though, win the nomination in a state like Maryland, which is not really known for its firebrand Republicans, Jack?
Oh, I know. That's true. I mean, there's a core group of people that easily like the Bob Ehrlichs of the world and also are Trump supporters, and they, I guess, saw him as someone that they would support, but they weren't maybe thinking as clearly about whether he would be great in the general, because he absolutely, sadly, wasn't.
Ironically, the former Governor Bob Ehrlich was supporting Dan Cox. Larry Hogan was not. Let's roll down here. You know, we talked about how the Senate didn't get a lot of attention. Certainly, Chris Van Hollen's race was really not getting a lot of attention tonight. This was another one. This was what I'll call our 8 o'clockers. Right out of the gate when Maryland polls closed, the Associated Press announced that Senator Chris Van Hollen had won re-election. We have had past Senate races in the state of Maryland that were a lot more competitive than this one. Chris Chaffee did not seem to generate, you know, the kind of level of attention that even a Michael Steele did, you know, when he ran against Ben Cardin a number of years ago.
I mean, you really need someone that is going to be strong, dynamic, being able to deliver the messages. And when you're going against someone like Congressman Van Hollen, I mean, he's a national figure. He's an institution within the state and a national figure. That's going to be almost impossible.
Is there a kind of, you know, you mentioned, you know, Bob Ehrlich, the former governor, you know, you look at Larry Hogan. There's a certain kind of Republican that wins statewide in Maryland, isn't there? And he's the kind of Republican that grabs a bunch of independent votes and by the way, siphons off some Democratic votes as well.
There is. Yeah. And in fact, in Montgomery County, there's someone that was helping the Montgomery County Republican Party, who in my mind is that kind of Republican. It's Jack Kemp's son, Jimmy Kemp, who runs the Kemp Foundation. You know, there are not many people like that in Montgomery County, but he happens to be part of the Kemp, you know, family, and I think would do very well if he ever decided to run.
All right, let's scroll down here. This was the Attorney General race in Maryland. Anthony Brown was the former lieutenant governor. Now, Brown had just come out a few minutes ago at his campaign headquarters. AP right now has this within a margin here, but you know, again, the votes that are being reported here are 1%.
Yeah.
Comptroller This is probably one of the more high-profile, evenly dispersed races between Barry Glassman and Brooke Lehrman, comptroller being basically the person who kind of holds the purse strings. And talk to me about this ballot question, because, you know, legalized marijuana is something that is taking root across the country, no pun intended. But Maryland has had a very vibrant medicinal marijuana industry, and to now legalize it, you know, there had been some voices in the medical marijuana dispensary industry that, you know, you recreationally legalize this, you might be pulling the rug out from what has been a pretty good revenue generating industry right now, but you know, that would theoretically transfer over to recreational. This is kind of your wheelhouse with medical health care issues. How big is this as a national issue?
It's just going to keep going. I mean, I had no doubt this was going to pass when you look at some of the states where it's passed that are actually less blue. My God, those medical marijuana ads are constantly on the radio, and but, you know, to me, it's sad. I served at the FDA for a year. I was part of the transition team, and there was a lot of focus from the previous administration, Obama administration, and the early days and throughout with the Trump administration about nicotine and about tobacco. And yet when I simply ask the question as the new guy, well, what about the ill effects of pot, especially on kids, especially, you know, with what they're going through as their mind is developing? Crickets. And that's something that is very upsetting and annoying.
What drives
to those
that
of us
conversation?
that
The
care
revenue
about
that is potentially out there?
You wonder.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to say that that's the reason the FDA isn't, but I don't think they've received leadership from the top in any administration to say, dig into this. And certainly the CDC hasn't.
All right, I want to move back over to Virginia just for the few more minutes we have with you, Jack, because you know, we've been getting results in tonight, and obviously we've talked so much about Virginia, you know, being a bellwether, and you know, some of these races, I'll say it's a little undecided right now. You know, we're still looking at vote totals here in the race between Abigail Spanberger and Yesley Vega. This is the 7th district. They're still within striking distance of each other here. Now, Abigail Spanberger, I think, is maybe overperforming a little bit more. People had thought Vega was going to be able to distance out. Why has so much attention, do you think, focused on this particular district? And we are going to talk about Virginia's 10th as well, too. But what is it about the Spanberger-Vega race that has gotten so much attention and so much money from across the country?
It really has. I mean, you listen to any of the networks and they talk about how in our own backyard, these are the three bellwether, you know, races. In fact, one analyst said earlier today that 2, 7, and 10, those three districts go from you know, if it's only the first that wins, it's modest. If it's the second, it's a wave. And if it's the third with Hung Khao, it's going to be a tsunami. So interestingly, there's that little microcosm of what could happen nationwide with these three states that, you know, that the three current candidates won in 2018, and it was part of the, you know, Biden victory and, you know, the state becoming more blue. And yet for Republicans to be able to take all three is a big deal.
But, you know, we should also point out, you know, Democrats could hold on to those three seats and the Republicans could still take a majority in the House. You know, they're not completely have their eggs in that basket.
Likely.
Too.
Yeah.
All right. What we want to do now is bring in Michael for a moment here, because one of the things we've been trying to do tonight is get a perspective from both sides of the political aisle. So as we bring Michael in here, I'm just going to back up over for a moment over to our website here at fox5dc.com, and we've got some results as well for you. If we could just keep that. There we go. All right. I want to pull this up. This is fox5dc.com/elections. And if you go to this page, up here at the top, you're basically going to see three boxes: Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia right now. So these are where your results are to be found, and we'll get back to that in a moment. But right now, we want to welcome in Michael Williams. Michael's a Democratic strategist thank you for being here with us. Happy Election Day to you. I'm trying to
Happy
get
for
that
some.
greeting going. I don't know if that's the proper greeting for Election Day or
Happy
not.
for some. I'm glad to be here.
We got a couple of winners from our decision desk right now I want to read. So what we've got is this is just coming into us. So Don Beyer, Virginia's 8th Congressional District, he has been reelected to his seat. Rob Whitman, Republican congressman from Virginia's 1st District, he has been declared the winner in his race. Another Republican seat in Virginia's 6th District, that is Congressman Ben Klein. He has won a re-election. Jerry Connolly, chairman of a subcommittee on House Oversight, Virginia's 11th District tonight, he is declared a winner in his race over Jim Miles. Bobby Scott down in Virginia Tidewater area, he is a longtime congressman in that area in Virginia's 3rd Congressional District. He has won re-election, as well as Republican Congressman Morgan Griffin down in Virginia's 9th and Virginia's 4th District, Don Meacham. So, Michael, as we come back here, we've got some races that have gone the way we thought we were going to see them in Virginia. A lot of the incumbents, both on the Democratic and Republican side, have won re-election tonight. However, we keep getting back to these 3 districts. When you look at Virginia, what do you see from your perspective? And is it really the microcosm of America that everybody's making it out to be?
I don't think it is. I think that what you're seeing is a continuation of the Governor Youngkin race, right? And all of the lessons that were learned in that race, both on the Republican and Democratic sides. The Republicans learned their lesson, and they learned it well, and they're sort of replicating that, and that's what you see that's hanging out here, where you have suburban families who are predominantly moving towards the Republicans because Democrats are actually not speaking to their issues. And I think what's hurting, particularly in the 2 Northern Virginia districts, is the fact that those 2 candidates, Spanberger and Wexton, they can't actually push back against the tide of the national Democratic message, and that's hurting them. That's sort of dragging them down.
Was there a calculated error, though, on the Democrats' part since the Dobbs decision that, hey, look, our voters, they've seen Roe v. Wade overturn, something that for 50 years, we said we were fighting against. Back in the spring, Democrats were saying, well, this is going to awaken our voting base and force them to the polls, and we're going to run on women's health care, we're going to run on abortion. Those are the issues that we're really going to push. And meanwhile, the Republicans kept saying the economy, the economy, the economy, the old Jim Carville thing. Republicans never really got pushed back from the Democrats, though, on exactly what it was they were going to do about the economy. So why didn't Democrats go on the attack about that?
Well, I mean, at the risk of sounding a little bit crass, I think it was just laziness, right? And I mean, the sensitivities around Dobbs, I mean, those are real, right? And I think that, women's health is an important issue. But if you go back to 2020, right, and you look in all 3 of these districts, all 3 of these members almost lost. And Joe Biden beat Donald Trump in the popular vote by almost 8 million. And I think the issues were the same. It was the economy, and it was the focus on messaging. Crime, safety, those are all things that are sort of repeating themselves over and over again, and Democrats took a bet. They said, we have an opportunity, we're in control, slim majority, but we're going to take this chance to do something big. And the voters didn't want big, they just wanted security.
Is it hard to keep voter enthusiasm in a midterm if you're the party in power?
Yes, I mean, look, it's a huge wave to push back against. We saw this in 2010 with President Obama coming out of the financial crises and sort of having the Obamacare pass. We saw it, in 2022. We saw it in 2000. It's very difficult to do, but you don't make it worse. And I think that in this instance, Democrats on a national level made it worse, because they made a bet against inflation, and that's always a bad bet.
But when we're talking about motivation on the Democratic side, what about motivation on the Republican side? After Dobbs, it seems that the voting base that got energized by Dobbs was the Republicans. You look at these candidates who won their primaries; a lot of them are hard right conservative. Many of them supporters of Donald Trump. did those Republicans get a lesson last spring that if you vote for these candidates, you will get the things that you want? Because the thing that they wanted for the last 50 years was for Roe v. Wade to be overturned.
Well, I think that the Dobbs sort of bounce, if you will, on the Democratic side was a little bit of a mirage, because what you saw was young voters and primarily college-educated white women who were sort of driving that sort of voter registration. College-educated white women always going to come home on the economy. I mean, that's in the data. And young voters, they just don't participate. And so that's the problem. And so from a Republican standpoint, they knew that, and they just had to hold fast for a little bit until those voters came home.
We got a couple more results that are coming in here, the Fox 5 newsroom. What we can tell you right now is that D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has won re-election tonight. Now, that's not surprising given the margin of Democratic voters in the District of Columbia. It's an overwhelmingly Democratic city. However, what's significant about it is that Bowser tonight becomes the first mayor of the District of Columbia to secure a third term since the late mayor for life, Marion Barry. And Marion Barry's name still means something in this city, and it means a lot. And Muriel Bowser tonight has achieved something that no other D.C. politician has done since Marion Barry, and that's to win a third term as the mayor of the District of Columbia. And even Marion Barry didn't do it 3 times in a row.
Correct. He didn't do it 3 times.
Mounted one of the biggest comebacks in D.C., maybe even national political history, when he returned to the Wilson Building as mayor. All right, and in Maryland Senate race tonight, Senator Chris Van Hollen, the Democratic senator from Maryland, he returns to the Senate tonight. Van Hollen elected to a second term. Of course, he succeeded Barbara Mikulski 6 years ago. Time flies. I want to talk to you, Michael, about history that was made tonight. And I'm talking about the new governor-elect of the state of Maryland, Wes Moore. Wes Moore wins a decisive victory tonight. AP declares him at 8 o'clock, right out of the gate. You know, it's no secret that Wes Moore had been ahead in the polling, had been ahead in the fundraising, but he's the first African-American governor in the history of the state of Maryland. It's only the third in the country's history. What does this mean?
I mean, it is significant. One, Wes is a great person, right? And I think that his candidacy demonstrates that candidates matter, right? So it's not just so that he is the first black governor of the state of Maryland, but he actually fits Maryland. And I think that that's the lesson that should be taken away for other potential candidates. You have to fit. And so it's not just the fact that it's historic, but you just have to be right for the state that you are purporting to represent. And I think Wes does that, and he listens, and he beat, not a lot of people gave him a chance to beat Tom Perez in the primary.
He beat a lot of experienced Democrats in this state. Tom Perez, the former chairman of the Democratic National Party, the longtime comptroller in the state, Peter Francho, and Rashern Baker, who was a former county executive in Prince George's County, a very big county, a lot of votes in Prince George's County. Wes Moore beat them all, but early on in that primary, Wes Moore did kind of face these questions of, oh, well, are you carpetbagging? Are you really, here to be Maryland governor, or are you just kind of looking at this as a stepping stone? And he was able to not only dismiss that, but also soundly defeat a wide array of a lot of Democrats who were going for that seat. So when you look at the future of Wes Moore as governor, what do you see down the road? He's very young.
Yes.
And he's, got a lot of years ahead of him. What do we see tonight as we see the start of Wes Moore in elective office?
Well, I tell you, I was there at the sort of beginning of his journey. And I think the unique feature about him is, you hear a lot of politicians say, no, I'm just going to do the job that that I've been elected to do. Like, he is really taking his time, and he's taking it seriously, and he is here to be governor of Maryland. He doesn't have his eyes, someplace else right now. If there are things that come down for him, Wes Moore could do anything.
Right.
He could be anywhere in the world and he would succeed at it, but he chose to be here to serve. So I see him, you know, serving it out, and I think that he will do an outstanding job along the lines of what our recent governor has done. And I think that Larry Hogan did a fantastic job, and everyone eyed him for future office. I think they're cut from the same cloth. If Larry Hogan wants to run, you know, for a Republican nomination for president on a going forward basis, he still has that avenue in front of him. I think Wes will knuckle down and do the job.
I want to get back to some of the results tonight, because one of the things we're trying to do is, as we said, give you some you know, real-time experience of what we're seeing here in the Fox 5 newsroom. So let's go back to Maryland. We did this a little while ago. The numbers are there. We went through these a little bit earlier with Jack. But let's just check back on these Virginia races as well tonight. So we had called a few of these. Now, this race has tightened up. This is Virginia's 7th congressional district. Of course, this is the race between Yesli Vega and Abigail Spanberger. Right now, our Fox 5 site has this at 51% for Yesli Vega. Abigail Spanberger close behind here with 49%. That race has been tightening all night, and it's somewhat evocative of Spanberger's last race 2 years ago, because that one was a tight race as
and
well,
her first
too.
race in 2018.
And her first race in 2018 as well, too. You're right. Don Beyer, we had mentioned this, decisive victory for Don Beyer tonight. Now, this is the Jennifer Wexton race. Wexton has opened up a bit of a wider margin than we had seen before tonight. The Associated Press estimating 82% of the votes. If this holds, Wexton should be able to hold on to this race. She is the incumbent, but you know, this is one of those districts, Michael, that not that long ago was held by a Republican and held for a long time by Frank Wolf,
yes,
who was the old congressman, and he was followed up by Jennifer Wexton. But you know, we should also note that the Virginia 10th district includes Loudoun County. Now, Loudoun County is where we were having scenes of, you know, really raucous school board meetings last summer. Governor Glenn Youngkin went to Loudoun County and really kind of got air underneath the wings of his campaign last year, which kind of brought him to victory over the former governor, Terry McAuliffe. Republicans were looking to not only replicate in the 10th district what Youngkin was able to do, but also kind of roll that out nationally. So, you know, we're not calling this race right now, but if Jennifer Wexton is able to hold on in a place like Loudoun County, which last year played a large role of putting a Republican into the governor's mansion, what does that tell Democrats moving forward about how to deal with these kinds of situations?
Pick good candidates.
Yeah.
Right? Candidates matter. I mean, she is emblematic of her district. And I think that...
Okay. We are going to try to do that. All right. So you pick good candidates, but you know, one of the things she went after Hung Cao about was tying him, you know, to Donald Trump.
Yes.
In large part. She did, you know, not really kind of dive into what, you know, they were saying about her. Is there a lesson for that when you see Wexton's campaign? You know, and Spanberger's, but they hit back. You did not really see a lot of image ads for those two candidates talking about themselves. By and large, those Democrats went on the attack to deal with their Republican opponents.
Yeah, but what Jennifer Wexton does is she goes home, right? She leaves D.C. and she goes home and she has town hall meetings. Yeah. That has become a rarity. So her constituents know her and they know who she is. And this is, again, I think the National Party is dragging her down with regards to the margins that she's going to win by here today. But candidates matter. Right. And you can't just put anybody in any district and label them Democrat or Republican and expect them to win.
Right. No, you're right. So what we're going to try to do is bring in a feed here as well, too, because we've got a lot of different kind of cameras and a lot of different locations. Can we go to any of this, John? Not yet. All right. Okay. So we'll keep talking for a moment, because but what I am going to do is pull up a shot here. If we can. All right. Well, we'll get back to it. One of the things we wanted to kind of look at is moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
President Biden has not enjoyed big majorities in both houses, but he has had a majority in both houses. So if he were to lose one or both of these tonight, how does that change a presidency? Because you look at Barack Obama, you know, he lost a majority 2 years into his presidency. Bill Clinton lost a majority in 2 years in presidency. Then they went on to re-election.
Yes.
You know, no president wants to have big losses at the midterms, but can it help position themselves in 2 years if they can say, well, every time we've tried to do something, we've had opposition from the other opposing party?
No, because not in this instance. I think that the difference between, you know, the Biden administration and the Obama administration, the Clinton administration, is messaging. And I think that Clinton was a master at that, where he triangulated and co-opted Republican messages.
Can we pull up?
Yep.
All right.
We're going to go ahead and pull forward.
All right. We're going to go to Marina Bowser right now. She's speaking here in the District of Columbia.
Because we worked hard together and we believe in science, we fought back COVID and we won. And now the work ahead, as hard as it was, we lost friends, we lost loved ones, businesses suffered. It was hard. But we got through it together. And because we stuck together, we're going to be in the comeback together. And so when I talk about the comeback, we're going to double down on our public safety, aren't we? We need the officers we need, and we need them in our schools, don't we? When I talk about the comeback, we're going to make sure our schools have what they need, not just in Ward 3, but in Ward 7 and 8 too. When I talk about the comeback, we're going to not have our residents in Ward 7 and 8 have to go more than a mile to get to good food. We've cut it in half, and we can do more. And when I talk about the comeback, I know we're going to open a brand new full-service hospital at St. Elizabeth's. I said we would do it. And you gave me 8 years, and we've been able to start things like Walter Reed, and we will finish them. Like McMillan, we were able to start it, and we will finish it. That is what we will do together. So we have a big task ahead, DC, and I want to pledge to you today that with this beautiful sea of volunteers who have been rocking with me since 2004, some people call them the green team. You know what the green team is? When I met Adrian Fenty in Ward 4 all those years ago, it's just a bunch of people who are impatient with the status quo, who are from D.C., wanted to work hard for D.C., and promised never to quit and to think big and to challenge things that weren't right for all Washingtonians. And over the years, that team just gets bigger and bigger. It's grown to all 8 wards. The tent is big enough for everybody. And it will take everybody to get the job done. So if you were one of those people long, long ago who knocked on doors with me, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you were one of those people who got up to dress the polls at 5 a.m., I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you were one of those people who called 10 people that you knew and said, go vote, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I have a challenge for you, team. You know somebody who wasn't with us, don't you? Now, I'm going to give you a job to do today. Your job is to say, we're all Washingtonians. We all care about our city. We're all in this together. And we're going to work together to bring our city all the way back. Will you do that for me? Because I know when we do that, when I go anywhere in this country or anywhere in the world and I tell people, this is the best city in the world, they'll know exactly what I mean. Now, this is a song I like. It's called Victory Is Mine. You know that song? And tonight, D.C., victory is ours. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. Let's get to work.
This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire.
Mike 3. Oh, hold on 1 second. Okay, there we are. Hi. No, let's do that camera. Okay. Hi, John Clucci here again from the web team. Tom has gone to prepare for the 10 o'clock, so we're going to do a couple more minutes, just catch you up on what's been going on. So we just heard from Mayor Muriel Bowser. It's been a long day. A lot of caffeine is necessary at this point, so forgive me if I'm stumbling on words here. But anyway, she has won a 3rd consecutive term as DC's mayor. We just sent a push alert about that, so everyone's aware of that happening. Not a big surprise. Definitely a lot of people in DC were expecting that to happen. We also are, something we're waiting on right now, is we are waiting on Governor-elect Wes Moore from Maryland to come in. If I switch over to 5, right now, Aruna Miller, who is the Lieutenant Governor, or Lieutenant Governor-elect, she is speaking at the moment. So we'll pull it up for just a second.
Out for the underdogs. We see you, we hear you, we believe in you, and we're gonna fight for you. For everyone who stood by us from 1% to the brilliant end, thank you. You believed in us, you never doubted what we can do together, so thank you. Thank you to the voters, giving Wes Moore and me the great privilege of being your next governor and lieutenant governor.
I might have accidentally said, I think I said Lieutenant Governor-elect, I forget how I phrased, but yeah, so that is Aruna Miller. She's the Lieutenant Governor-elect for the state of Maryland, so she will join, and that's exciting for a lot of people. A lot of people were not surprised to see that result. We have not yet heard anything from the Dan Cox camp, so we're waiting to see if there's any news there. But another thing we are waiting on, of course, is him to speak. Just kind of giving you a bit of insider baseball. We have been seeing a few speeches from, so this was Brooke Learman, who is currently running for comptroller. I don't believe that race was declared. Before that, it was Anthony Brown, who's also running for Attorney General. That race hasn't been called yet. Just knowing the way things tend to go in this industry, people, with airtime, Governor-elect Wes Moore is probably timing his speech exactly for the 10 o'clock news, not just for the DC market, but obviously Maryland. So the stations up in Baltimore obviously are covering this. They probably have 10 o'clock news. I know for sure Fox 45 in Baltimore has the 10 o'clock news. I think some of the other stations are probably doing it too. So probably timing this artfully so that you get maximum coverage. So just a reminder too, if you have not checked out fox5dc.com/election, this is your election headquarters, so to speak. We have all the results as they're coming in for Maryland, Virginia, DC, obviously. So DC, we are waiting on obviously some of the smaller down ballot races, but also we're waiting on 82. So Initiative 82 is the minimum wage increased tip minimum wage, and oh, it actually was declared, it looks like, by AP at 9:36. So that measure has passed as at 9:36. So I believe this will kind of change how things operate in terms of tipping in DC. There's kind of a lot of debate on both sides about that, and there's a little bit more coming with that information. So we have some of that information on our site that explains it a little bit more in detail than I'm doing right now, so apologies there. So the DC results are coming in. Sorry, my mouse has flown away again. Where did it go? Let's go back to my mouse here. Oh, did you press something? Oh, yes, sir. Do you need the stand too?
Yes, I do.
There you go.
Because I can't remember.
and you got everything. Do you need this? No. You're
No.
inside baseball. Oh, you can come through.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's a better shot.
We're doing it like, this is the, mine, but it's okay. But yeah, no, this one kind of looks a little bit more in your face. So anyway, we are, fox5dc.com/election has all the information that you need for elections. So something that, again, we're waiting for at 10 o'clock, we have our full and complete election coverage. We have so many people in the field. We have Nana Santubonsu is out at, I believe, the Yesli Vega campaign. We have people at Wexton's campaign. We have Lindsay Watts is up all the way up in Baltimore. David Kaplan is at, I believe, the Wexton campaign. And a few other people are out in the field. So we have a lot of reporters in the field, complete team coverage here at Fox 5, because we want to make sure that you're covered. You have everything you need to know about this election. As I was saying earlier, before Tom came in, we believe a lot of the results tonight are going to be what they are. We're not going to get a ton of results tonight. We're going to really have election results coming into the next several days, potentially. It would be kind of surprising if we had everything kind of in by tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of questions, probably some contentions potentially in some other parts of the area. Definitely across the country, there's a lot of interesting things going on. So we're definitely taking a lot of looks at that, and that information too is also on our website. So I know we're talking a lot about what's happening in the DMV, but a lot of folks are curious what's happening in Georgia, what's going to happen in Arizona later. Florida, you had pretty much, I think, every kind of the key Republicans have won. I know Ron DeSantis has been declared to be the governor again in that state. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out with, the rumors of him doing a presidential run potentially if Trump were not to jump in the race. And obviously there's a lot of news that Trump will probably announce his 2024 candidacy any day now. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of plays out. We are also seeing, I think another thing, I'm going off the top of my head here, I think in Ohio, another big race was DeWine versus Nan Whaley. DeWine won a second term, I think, it's not a third term. So he will be taking care of things up there in Ohio. We're looking to find out things in Michigan. There's a big race there with Gretchen Whitmer, who's been well beloved in the state. See what happens in that state. So a lot of information going on here, and we really want to make sure that you're covered. So again, fox5dc.com/election has everything you need to know. Something that I do want to pull up is our balance of power widget. This is on the right side of the screen. And over here, this is where our friends at Fox News are helping us out a little bit with showing us kind of where things stand in terms of, you do not want to see me, you want to see that. There we go. There are 18 Senate seats left in play at the moment. So right now, 6 have been declared on the Democrat side, 11 have been declared on the Republican side. And then there's 305 House seats left to play. So we've got 47 Democrats, 83 Republicans, and then these are what's been declared already. The House needs 218 to be a majority, or to have a majority party. And then on the Democrat-Republican side, the Senate side, 51 needs to be declared. So again, we have lots of information there for you on our site. fox5dc.com/election is where you need to go. I'm going to go ahead and step away. I'll leave you to look at our fabulous website here because I need to go make sure that our stream switches properly. Again, inside baseball, a lot of stuff we're doing here in conjunction with the web team to make sure that it switches over so that you can watch the 10 o'clock news. 10 o'clock on, we have 2 hours ahead of big coverage. So and way fancier cameras than you're seeing from me over here. So definitely tune in to stay on the stream. on YouTube on our website, or you can turn on the TV and watch Fox 5 on there. And with that, I bid you adieu, and we'll see you in a little bit on TV.
Hello. Hi, Michelle. Lovely to.
Hi, Goff Level, Goff Level.
Hey, Michelle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jesse. Yes. What do you need?
It is election night, and off the top of 10, we're keeping a close eye on all of the races in Maryland, Virginia, and the district. The latest results, and we'll hear from the candidates. Plus, a look at the ballot questions you voted on, from tip wages to legal marijuana. And across the nation, the races that could affect the balance of power in Congress. Your news starts right now. Breaking news, Wes Moore making history as Maryland's first black elected governor. Good evening, everybody. The governor-elect is speaking right now at his headquarters. Let's listen in.
And I am so grateful because you believed. You believed at a time when sometimes believing isn't easy. When our days are dominated by cynicism and mistrust, at a time when those of you, and frankly those of us, who hope to be part of the solution are often told to wait our turn. Right? But you believed. You believed that in this moment our state could be bolder. You believe that in this moment our state could go faster. You believe that in this moment our state would not wait its turn. And you believed in the son of an immigrant, a graduate of a 2-year college, a U.S. Army combat veteran, and a nonprofit leader who had never run for office before. And it's because you believed that I stand here humbled and ready to become the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland.
Well, there you have it. Wes Moore was declared the victor just a couple of hours ago, defeating Republican Dan Cox. It was a pretty lopsided victory. We're going to get to all of that in just a little bit.
We are. It's election night, though, here at Fox 5, as you know.
Yeah, we're covering all the major races in the district, Maryland, Virginia, and there are some national races that we're following as well.
Our crews spread out across the region. You're going to hear from all of these people throughout the show tonight, plus some panelists who will weigh in on the key issues.
All right, let's get over to Tom Fitzgerald. He has been tracking all of the numbers so far tonight, and there they are, Fitz. That was a pretty decisive victory.
Blowout. There's no other way to call it tonight, Jim. Wes Moore soundly defeating Republican Dan Cox, 62 to 35%. Let's get some of the other returns tonight. Maryland's U.S. Senate race. Chris Van Hollen, we got Muriel Bowser here. Again, a decisive victory for the mayor of D.C., winning her third term as D.C. mayor over Stacia Hall. No other Democrat has done this in the District of Columbia since the late mayor for life, Marion Barry. Let's pull up our next race here. This is the one we were talking about here. Maryland U.S. Senate. Chris Van Hollen, his second term, winning tonight. Decisive victory over Chris Chaffee, the Republican in that race. Want to go to a ballot question that was in Maryland. A lot of headlines this year. This was over the legalization of marijuana in the state, whether or not recreational marijuana should be allowed. That passing by a sound margin tonight. In the Montgomery County executive race, this one, no surprise here. Mark Ehrlich, the Democratic county executive tonight, winning soundly over his opponent in that Democratic race. Here's the result from the Maryland legalization amendment tonight. Let's flip over and continue here. I believe we're going to go to Virginia's 6th district now. This is the race between Congressman Ben Cline, the Republican incumbent in that race. He winning tonight, re-election to that seat over Democrat Jennifer Lewis. Let's go to Virginia's 11th district tonight. This is the race where local Congressman Jerry Connolly in the 11th district tonight re-elected the chairman of the subcommittee on the House Oversight Committee, Jerry Connolly, soundly defeating former Judge Jim Miles tonight, 66 to 34%. Head over to Virginia's District 1 now. This is where Rob Whitman, the Republican congressman, has been returned to office tonight. He beating Horb Jones tonight soundly in that race. Whitman, a longtime Republican congressman down the Tidewater area of Virginia. This takes us to Virginia's 5th district. This is Bob Good's district. Good being reelected tonight over Joshua Thornburg, 59% to 49%. We're going to head over to Virginia's 7th district. Now, this is one we talked a lot about, is the Abigail Spanberger-Yesli Vega race. Now, early in this race, Vega had jumped out to an early lead. However, Spanberger has now closed the gap. We've still got votes to come in. They're reporting 96%, but right now, Abigail Spanberger has pulled ahead in this very critical House seat. The Democrats really hoping to hold on to this one. Another one they're hoping to hold on to is Virginia's 10th district. This is where Jennifer Wexton is looking for re-election as the Democrat in the 10th congressional district. She is facing Hung Cao tonight. Wexton also surprising a lot of people. She is leading Hung Cao right now. There's about 94%, but if this holds, Wexton would be returned in the 10th district. This is critical for the Republican because they've really kind of looked at these two seats as ones they needed to flip. Again, we looking at a large range of races today. Most of these are being counted very quickly tonight, but as we head over to the desk, got one more for you too. This wage question in the District of Columbia. Should tipped workers, like your salon workers, like your bartenders, people who you tip, should they be increased in their wage up to the minimum wage? That passes resoundingly tonight. But remember, they did this once before back in 2018. The D.C. Council threw it out. We'll see where this goes now.
Well, I know, and that's the question a lot of people are asking. They're like, okay, is it going to pass just so they can throw it out again?
Right. As we look at some of these races, again, it was very surprising to see how quickly those Virginia returns came in, because we were talking about some of these other states, Pennsylvania for one, where they're having some major problems getting everybody on board, getting all these ballots counted very quickly here. So there you go. We still see. So the Spanberger race has not been called officially yet, correct?
It has not. It has not. But, you know, when we looked at those returns that were coming in early in the evening, it was all Yesli Vega. But remember, a lot of those areas where those votes were coming in, smaller population areas, very Republican areas. As you got into places like Fredericksburg, Spanberger's numbers started going up, and they continue to go up to a point where she finally started to overtake Yesli Vega.
Tom Fitzgerald, always good to see you.
I'll be back.
I know.
Not going far.
He's not going anywhere. Not going anywhere.
All right.
Thanks, Fitz.
Meanwhile, one of the most watched races across the country is happening in the Commonwealth. We were just talking about this one. Of course, Virginia's 6th district.
Incumbent Abigail Spanberger facing Republican challenger Yesli Vega. Our Tisha Lewis is live at Spanberger's election headquarters in Fredericksburg.
And Nana St. Yobonsu is in Woodbridge at Vega's watch party. We're going to start with you, Nana. What's going on?
Guys, it is definitely a party here. You can hear that music behind me. You can see Yesli Vega supporters are here. They're eating, they're drinking. Yesli Vega is not here yet, but we are told that she is on her way. Again, it is too soon to call this race, but we've heard a lot of cheers. We've heard a lot of applauses. And a lot of her supporters say they believe that she can win, so they are still hope. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Vega for those who are now getting to know her. She is currently a Prince William County supervisor and is looking to become Virginia's first elected Latina in Congress, and to also flip Virginia's 7th congressional district. As you can hear, some more cheers and applause behind me. Now, her supporters at tonight's party say this race is very important. It's an important one because people's livelihoods are at stake. Inflation and high gas prices. Another big supporter of Vega's is the Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Winsome Sears. We did get a chance to ask her, if Vega wins, what does this mean for Virginia and the rest of the country? Take a listen.
Hey, this is the former capital of the Confederacy, and they've elected me as the lieutenant governor, and now they're going to elect the first Latina. I mean, this is a woman whose parents came here from El Salvador with nothing. Never in their wildest dreams could they have thought that this is where their daughter could be. So, you know, we understand that America has problems. What country doesn't? But you know what we're not going to do? We're not going to burn America down. If you take care of your voters, because this is representational government, and if you listen to them, and if you come see about them, and if you get out of the ivory towers and you walk amongst us, then you will understand what the true needs are, and you'll do just fine. But when you don't, we vote you out.
and that's Lieutenant Governor of Virginia you just heard from. Again, she's keeping hope. Supporters here are keeping hope. We're waiting for Vega to arrive, and if she is able to flip Virginia's 7th congressional district, this could have a huge influence in the balance of power in the U.S. House. The nation is watching it, and we are watching it as well, and we'll have the results here for you and online. Back to you guys.
You have been at Spanberger's watch party all day long. What's the sentiment like now?
Well, you know, that's an excellent question, and what a difference a few moments, a few minutes it makes. It's been quite the shift in terms of the sentiment here at Abigail Spanberger's election headquarters and watch party. It was quiet most of the evening until about 30 minutes ago when it seems there was a shift, and finally Spanberger took the lead for votes counted. All evening, she has been behind. Now, right now, she is not. You can see the crowd behind me. We are told that Spanberger will take the stage and give a speech in about 5 minutes. We're hoping to bring that speech to you live. Again, she is running to keep her seat serving Virginia's 7th district. We spoke with supporters here, and they say they held on to optimism and hope all along. Take a listen.
Well, it looks good.
Well, it's definitely a very competitive race, obviously. Still have hope that Abigail can pull it out.
I'm hoping that Abigail pulls it through. I remain completely positive. I think that we are seeing a lot of promising numbers coming in, especially in Virginia and certain congressional districts. And I, for one, could not be more excited.
All right, back out here live, we want to say it's important to note that Spanberger is no stranger to tight races. Back in 2020, she won by just over 8,000 votes. Back in 2018, she won by just 6,000 votes. And now in 2022, with 94% of votes in right now, she's ahead by about 6,000 votes. Everyone said that this was going to be a tight race, also an expensive race. $20 million is what's being reported was spent. Tonight is the outcome. It is all coming to fruition right here in Fredericksburg at Abigail Spanberger's watch party. We are told that she's here. We are told that she's going to speak in about 5 minutes. Again, we will bring that to you live. We did ask her a little bit earlier today what was the top issue that she felt was on the mind of those in the Commonwealth, and she said lowering costs and lowering crime. The folks here tonight agree with her. Back to you.
All right, Tisha, thank you very much. We're going to keep you posted, of course, on air, on the line, and we're keeping track of all of those results right there on your screen. In the meantime, we'll take a look at some of those other big races across the country after the break. First, here's Josh Rosenthal. What is he working on for us tonight? Hi, Josh.
Hey, Jim, such an incredibly sad story. A husband and wife hit and killed while walking here to vote. Coming up after the break, I'll tell you what we know so far.
Welcome back. We are learning more details tonight about a Maryland husband and wife who were hit and killed while on their way to vote.
So this happened right outside of Fields Road Elementary School in Gaithersburg, and that is where Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal is live with what we know so far. Josh?
Yeah, just absolutely heartbreaking, guys. This elementary school was closed today. People were walking here to vote, and then this.
Oh my God! This is my neighbors.
Cell phone video from Tuesday morning after family members say 65-year-old Miguel Ortiz and 70-year-old Ana Margarita Ortiz were hit and killed while walking to Fields Road Elementary School in Gaithersburg to vote.
I was shocked, honestly, and heartbroken, really. They were very, very nice people.
Family members described the couple as loving parents and grandparents who came to the country from El Salvador, earned their citizenship, and were just getting to their golden years after decades of working multiple jobs just to make a better life for us. Neighbors mourning Tuesday night as well.
They were so nice. We always see their children and their grandchildren coming by to visit them. My husband actually just spoke to his wife just last weekend or a few weekends ago when they were putting up Halloween decorations.
Neighbors also telling us they're worried about safety on School Drive, which is where the crash took place.
That's the crosswalk that all the children in this neighborhood use to get to school. And so it's scary to think that what if the kids were going to school today instead? It's a tragic loss for sure, and I think our small community here is going to feel it.
Police confirm that the driver did remain on scene. They say they're investigating whether alcohol was a factor in the crash. Guys.
All right, let's talk weather for you right now. Certainly a different feel outside today than it was yesterday.
Oh, absolutely, but still overall not so bad when we talk about fall standards. A good day also to get out and vote. We know that good weather drives a lot of voters getting out there, right, Mike?
Absolutely. Yeah, sunshine always helps you get outdoors, no doubt about it. But man, was it ever different today compared to the day before. 81 on Monday for your Voters' Day on Tuesday. 62 was our high temperature. Now that is back where we should be, but man, did it feel different if you were out there this afternoon. Significantly cooler, and we are falling fast now that the sun is down. 45 now Gaithersburg, 41 for Frederick, 40 Martinsburg. Winchester already down to 37 degrees. It will be chilly to downright cold overnight, so extra layers needed as you get your day started on Wednesday. Look at the difference from this time yesterday. 17 degrees colder right now in Washington. $16.20 for Culpeper here. So fall has returned both in looks and in feel here in the D.C. region. Now it is calm and quiet. Haven't had much in the way of cloud cover today. It was a beautiful looking day, just cooler compared to yesterday, of course. What we're tracking for you, Tropical Storm Nicole, gaining strength down here in the western Atlantic, making a run for Florida. It's not far off from hurricane strength either. This is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Expected to make landfall as a Category 1 storm, maybe right around Fort Pierce, or some of our newer guidance is bringing it just a little bit farther north than that, up a little closer to Daytona Beach. So we're going to continue to monitor this track. After it hits Florida, it's going to get caught up in a cold front and then head in our direction. Could bring us some heavy rain by the time we get to Friday. We'll have more details on that coming up a little later in the show. Tomorrow, 60 degrees, another cool one. Temps return to the 70s on Thursday, but cloud cover returns as well. Much more weather coming up. Guys, back to you.
Mike, thank you. Let's go to Virginia's 7th District. Incumbent Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger speaking right now. The AP has not called the race, but she is speaking. Let's listen in.
Had meant to him across his career. In his very kind letter, he wrote that humility and empathy are the keys to meaningful public service. These words resonated with me just as much when I first read them as they do today. It has been humility and empathy that guided me into politics in 2017, and it has been humility and empathy that have sustained me through these years. And I have endeavored to represent and lead with these priorities. In the small package, he included a collection of essays written by Václav Havel, a leader in the cause of democracy who ushered Czechoslovakia from behind the Iron Curtain and led the Czech Republic as its first president. The collection is entitled Politics, Morality, and Civility. And the former legislator had once been gifted this same collection early in his career, and he reflected on the essays throughout his career. And I have, throughout my 4 years, reflected on the profound and important reflections that Havel made. And tonight I want to share with you one of my favorite excerpts. It reads, "Genuine politics, politics worthy of the name, and the only politics I am willing to devote myself to, is simply a matter of serving those around us, serving the community, and serving those who come after us. Its deepest roots are moral because it is a responsibility expressed through action. So I stand before you this evening with a deep and abiding love for our country and a profound sense of responsibility. And one I have sought to honor through action. Our nation is an extraordinary nation because it was built on an idea, a dream, a promise. And our nation has faced challenges, shortcomings, and hardships, but the quality of the American people and the strength of our abiding character and institutions have carried us through. And tonight, it is my belief in our great republic, the nation formed on the idea of liberty and freedom, not bound by historical boundaries or the stories of kings and queens, but the idea of a nation founded on a common belief in principles. A great nation, Benjamin Franklin celebrated as a republic if you can keep it. And we must all work hard to keep it through our actions, through our votes, through our volunteerism, and through our participation as citizens.
Abigail Spanberger right now with 51% of the vote in a race against Yesli Vega. The vote in Prince William County, which is a new component of the 7th District, swung very hard towards Spanberger. So there she is, although we should point out the Associated Press has not yet declared Spanberger the winner in this race. We have much more on Fox 5 after this. are a ton of races we're watching nationwide. The Senate, the House, Republicans, of course, have the chance to regain control of the Congress.
And joining us now to talk more about it, Mike Williams and Jack Calavetrinos. Did I say that right?
Perfect.
I
yes.
practiced it like 3 times
You did.
for the show.
Yeah.
Okay, hope I nailed it. Okay, so thank you for joining us tonight. A lot to get to. Want to begin, though, if it looks like the Senate's still a toss-up. But I'm interested in knowing how the Democrats are going to respond, how the president's going to respond, not having full control of the House and the Senate.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too, because, you know, if you say that democracy is on the ballot and, you know, voting for Republicans is voting for fascism and all that was happening in the lead up of this, and you end up losing the House and possibly the Senate, I don't know how you go back and say, well, we took a shellacking like President Obama did, or the way President Bush said the same thing. And I think it's important for the president to do that, to say, we have to learn from this and work with the new majority. And I just don't know how he's going to react.
Well, we know right now that everything's still in play at this point. And one of the races that has been watched a lot out of Pennsylvania, where we have Mehmet Oz running against John Fetterman at this point. It looks like Pennsylvania's results are going to be in a little bit of a flux for some time here. Is there a bellwether you're looking at here that might determine where the rest of the country might go tonight?
No, I think it's Georgia, and I think everything comes down to that. And if we get it, I don't think we will get a result. I think that Georgia is going to be settled in December, and we're going to have to wait to see what Senate control looks like. But to the earlier question as to what the president does and what he says about this, I think the president has already been pre-selling this, right? He talked about it last night after the rally that he expects the House to go. And, you know, I think that it would be tough, but we've seen it before. We saw it with Obama, we saw it with Clinton, right? We saw it with Bush, and every time you just sort of have to, you know, come back and reorganize and figure out what it is that you can do. But it's going to be a rough 2 years, because after tonight, it's on to 2024.
We're just about out of time here. Jack, real quick, if the Republicans get the House back, which looks like they may very well do, what's priority one on day one?
Priority one, well, they're going to have a lot of oversight hearings, and that is for sure. But I think that on energy, I think that a lot can be done to really refocus us on energy production. And obviously no more big spending. They're not going to be signing off on any new Biden spending bills.
I know you guys are going to be sticking around here, so thank you both, Michael Williams, Jack Calavetrinos, and we're back right after this. Welcome back. Election night here on Fox 5. We're happy to have you with us.
And we start with Tom Fitzgerald once again. Fitz, where are we on the results right now?
We're getting a lot of results in, so let's just get right to it. We're going to start with the Maryland governor's race. Obviously, history being made in Maryland tonight. Wes Moore becoming the first African-American governor in the history of Maryland. Wes Moore beating Republican Dan Cox soundly tonight in the state of Maryland. Let's over to Maryland's U.S. Senate race. That has Chris Van Hollen, the Democratic senator from the state of Maryland, being reelected tonight to a second term. In the Maryland House district that has been getting a lot of attention, this is one that Republicans think they can flip from Democratic to Republican. That's David Trone and Neil Parrott. We're still awaiting results on that one, but here you have the Maryland's referendum on legalized marijuana. That passed by a resounding margin tonight. Legalized marijuana will become the law of the land in the state. Let's get over to this is the race we were just talking about. This is David Trone and Neil Parrott. Now, Neil Parrott has jumped out to a lead in this race right now. Now, this was a district that got redrawn. A lot of Republican votes went into this district. David Trone has been in office, poured about $12 million of his own money into this race, but right now, Neil Parrott with the lead. Let's flip the screen over to our next race. This is the Montgomery County Executive. Remember, over the summer, the very tight race, a recount. Took weeks for us to figure out who won this race, but there's going to be no recount tonight. Mark Elrich resoundingly defeated the Republican Reardon Sullivan tonight in Montgomery County. Let's go over to D.C. now. That's where D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has made history of her own tonight. Nobody except the late mayor for life, Marion Barry, had ever won 3 terms as mayor of the District of Columbia until tonight. Mayor Muriel Bowser with a resounding victory over Stacey Hall, the Republican challenger, tonight, 78% to 7%. Wow. Let's get over to Virginia now. This is a lot of attention has been getting on this race. Abigail Spanberger, you just heard from her moments ago. Spanberger now with a resounding 52 to 48%. There's 97% of the vote yet. We still have not called this race, but this is a razor thin here. A couple more local races. Jerry Connolly, longtime congressman, Democrat in the 11th district. This is the Wexton race, all right. Wexton right now, 53%. Oh, go over to Jerry Connolly. Stick with us, folks. Jerry Connolly, 66%. Former Judge Jim Miles, a Republican in this race, 34%. Jerry Connolly going back for another term. Flip it again here. This should be the 8th district. There we are. We're back on track here. Don Beyer, longtime Democratic congressman, former lieutenant governor of the state. Resounding victory tonight. Don Beyer, 74% to Karina Lipsman's 25%. I think one of the lessons here, though, is that, you know, all this attention we have been giving on the 7th district and the 10th district, I think we were right about. It was tight. We thought it was going to be tight. However, we thought the Republicans were going to be maybe in a stronger position. But remember, you know, Democrats could lose these 2 seats and the Republicans could still take the House of Representatives. While the Democrats are happy about this, they got a long way to go tonight, and the Republicans are still well positioned to take a majority at least one of the 2 houses of the Congress.
All right, we're going to stay on top of that. Fitz, thank you very much.
Thanks. We want to get back over to Virginia. Voters are selecting a new House representative in the 10th district. As Fitz mentioned, Democrat incumbent Jennifer Wexton is claiming victory.
David Kaplan standing by live at her watch party in Ashburn tonight. David, what's going on there?
Well, Jim and Angie, we need to be very clear off the top. Thus far, the Associated Press has not called this race, but as you just saw, Wexton maintains a couple points lead with about 90% of the vote counted. She also said that her opponent, Republican Hung Cao, did call to concede this race. Her team has also put out a statement about re-election. But again, Associated Press has not called this race. Now, Wexton won this seat by about 12 points when she was first elected in 2018 and by 12 points in 2020. Both of those viewed as more Democratic-leaning national environment. So the question was, how would she fare in a more Republican-leaning environment, which is what we thought going into the night, and how would she fare with different redrawn lines for this district that did include some more Republican voters. But as of now, she is saying that she has weathered this storm, gave a speech really hammering home what she feels are her bipartisan credentials to this crowd today, while also acknowledging some of the things that frustrated many voters on both sides of the aisle. Take a little listen to some of her speech tonight.
We've been through a lot these past few years, stuck at home, isolated from the people and things we love, stuck with higher grocery bills and gas prices, stuck in what feels like an increasingly divisive society. But we're starting to move again, and I'm proud of the progress we've made and the resiliency of Virginians that I've met all across this district. We're getting the economy back on track and people back to work.
So there you have it, some enthusiasm from this crowd, which is starting to file out here tonight. Again, have to reiterate one more time, this race not officially called by the Associated Press, but definitely Jennifer Wexton and her team feeling like they've won this. Back to you.
The difference is just, I mean, we just got to get people out. I mean, people have to understand that you have to come out and vote, right? I mean, your voice has to be heard. You can't sit down and say, I forgot to go out today. So that's the big difference today.
That, of course, Hung Cao, the man that Jennifer Wexton is on track to defeat tonight. He was asked if he would consider running again in the future, but he said he's not sure about that.
Hello, DC! My name is Muriel Bowser, and I'm your mayor.
Mayor Muriel Bowser giving her victory speech tonight, making her the city's leader for a third term. This is a live look right now, or at her watch party. Actually, this was shot a little earlier. This was at Hook Hall in Northwest. She beat out 3 other challengers, Republican Stacia Hall, Independent Rodney Grant, and Libertarian Dennis Sobin.
All right, so we talked about it earlier. Republicans have the chance to regain control of both the House and the Senate. Right now, it appears that the Senate will be more in grasp of that possibility as we wait for more results to come in.
That's right, and there are also a few gubernatorial seats that could also flip. Our Sharon Roget has been tracking everything, all these races very closely. What you got, Sharon?
Yeah, Democrats have control of the White House, the Senate, and the House, but really a small margin, only 5 seats in the House, and Republicans only need to flip 1 seat in the Senate to gain control. Now, so far, only about 25% of the 435 seats up for election in the House have been called, so we have a long way to go there. And while the House is expected to flip red, the Senate could come down to some key races. We are keeping a close eye on Pennsylvania. Democrat Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman is running for Senate against celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's been endorsed by former President Trump. Of course, a story there that Fetterman has spent most of his campaign recovering from a stroke. At this hour, 44% of the precincts reporting with Fetterman in the lead by about 51.6%. In Georgia, another state that could determine the balance of power in the Senate, Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock is running for re-election. He faces a very tough challenge from former Georgia football star Herschel Walker, who is dealing with a number of scandals that just surfaced in recent weeks surrounding his stance on abortion. A razor-thin margin here. This has been going back and forth. Right now, we have 70% of the precincts reporting Walker has a slight lead right now, carrying about 20,000 more votes. When it comes to governor races around the country, there are 36 of them. No big surprises so far. We're still waiting on some key states. In Georgia, incumbent Republican Brian Kemp is gaining momentum with a sizable lead with about 54% of the votes against Democrat Stacey Abrams. If you remember, the two squared off about 4 years ago. Kemp won then, but Abrams claimed voter suppression. In Arizona, Kari Lake, a Trump-endorsed former TV anchor, and Katie Hobbs, Arizona's Democratic Secretary of State, are in a very close contest. Those polls just closed, so results are just starting to come in. In Florida, Republican Ron DeSantis has won a second-term victory over Democrat Charlie Crist, who also gives him a national platform as he eyes a potential run for the 2024 presidential run. Ohio Senate race is another state we are watching closely. It was once a battleground state, now more consistently Republican, but we're seeing a surprisingly close race between Republican candidate J.D. Vance and Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan. Again, the big question tonight is who will take control of Congress. A lot of the pollsters predicted a huge red wave. As far as we're seeing so far, it may be more of a red splash than a major wave. Jim.
All right, we'll have more election coverage for you here on Fox 5 after the break.
A Montgomery County woman getting a second chance at life after receiving a kidney transplant. The gift comes from one of our very own viewers who saw the woman's story back in April when we reported on her mission to find a kidney after being diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder in 2018.
I was raised by a single mom who always used to say, those who have the means to help have the responsibility to do so. So I've always been like that.
Someone who doesn't really know you, but just feels the need to give, that's like the best feeling in the world.
So sweet to see them reunited. May is expected to make a full recovery in 3 months, and we wish her well. Still ahead, we are taking a closer look at the ballot questions voters faced in D.C. as well as Maryland.
Welcome back. We have another call. The Associated Press declaring Abigail Spanberger the winner in Virginia's 7th congressional district. 52% of the vote to 48% for Yesli Vega. All 3 times Spanberger has run in this race, she has faced razor-thin margins, although I do believe this one was called much sooner than last year's face-off against Nick Freitas. All right, let's move on tonight.
Tonight's election is about more than just choosing someone to put in office.
Yeah, a lot of ballot initiatives that could change your everyday life. Katie Barlow tracking those from the newsroom, and really we see a variety of issues here, Katie.
Yeah, Jim, actually 2 ballot questions that we've been watching closely here at Fox 5 have been called. Let's start with Maryland, where voters have decided to legalize recreational marijuana starting next July. It means you'll be able to legally possess up to 1.5 ounces of marijuana in Maryland and grow 2 plants. The vote triggers the state legislature to get to work on passing laws that will govern how it's taxed and how it will be regulated. Opponents in Maryland say they're disappointed, calling Question 4 deceptive. The group Smart Approaches to Marijuana Action said many Maryland voters likely thought they were voting to approve adult use, not massive commercialization and pot shops in their neighborhoods. We're exploring legal challenges to this initiative because it was so deceptively written. Turning now to D.C., where voters approved Initiative 82, raising the minimum wage for tipped workers like servers and bartenders. Right now, tipped workers earn a minimum wage of $5.35 in D.C., but tonight's vote pushes it to the city's standard rate for those who aren't tipped by 2027. Right now, those workers who are not tipped make a minimum wage of $16.10. Maryland's vote legalizing recreational marijuana makes it the 20th state to legalize for adult use and the last in our region to do so. Back to you guys.
Katie, thank you. The ballot questions vary state to state. They put so many issues on the ballots across the country. Let's bring it back. Michael Williams, Jack Calvertino. So we're going to start with you this time, Michael, because we've seen in some states the idea of abortion, which obviously was thrown back to the states after Roe v. Wade was overturned here. In Kansas, which is a very Republican state, we saw voters say, you know, we're fine with some sort of abortion access in this state. Democrats are hoping that'd be a motivating factor.
Yeah, they were, and I think that they sort of overestimated what that impact would be because they saw a lot of voter registration coming out of that. Unfortunately, the economy was much more of a driving factor, and I think that as you start to see the issues settle in the states and you start to see more states actually pass and implement their laws, then maybe 2 years from now in the 2024 election, you'll see the issue of Dobbs and the abortion issue actually become more of a factor.
All right, and we know the effects of most ballot measures, I mean, they are decided by these individual states. So a lot of people will ask, why are they worth watching, and which ones are you watching closely?
In terms of these ballot initiatives?
Yes.
I mean, I agree with what you just said about what's likely going to be coming down the pike. And we, in the green room, you and I were talking about how in Ohio they just passed referendum on you have to be a legal, you have to be a citizen of the United States to vote in Ohio. And why should that even be a referendum and a law? But I believe in 2024 there are going to be a lot of those around the country, and a lot of ballots are going to include that question.
Well, especially since we've seen that play out in D.C., we saw it play out in Tacoma Park. We're seeing it play out in some places in Northern Virginia, where at least for local races, they kind of wanted to open the door for that. He mentioned the economy, Jack. You and I talked about that on the Final Five a couple of weeks ago, because when you look at these pocketbook issues, you can talk about these overarching issues, these social issues, but when you're looking at your 401k or you're looking at what you're paying for gas, that's what resonates for a lot of voters off the bat.
Exactly. I mean, James Carville said it in '92. It's the economy, stupid. And
wait, you're quoting James Carville.
I am.
Wait, is that the second James Carville quote? No.
You can never have too many James Carville quotes.
I mean, I did it without the accent, but he was absolutely right. And it's actually shocking that this administration and the Democratic leadership in Congress did not make inflation and crime and actually parental rights and a lot of what Governor Youngkin was able to talk about, which led to his victory, why they didn't move to the middle. Because I think the results would be different if the Democratic Party had actually moved to the middle, focused on inflation, less spending, crime control, and supporting the police.
I feel like, though, when we talk about what's on the ballot in these individual states, obviously anything that has to do with money is going to be something of high interest. But healthcare, I mean, it's a major player here, I feel like, for so many, in addition to the abortion issue, but also we see Medicaid and some other things, especially coming off the pandemic.
I mean, I'd love to jump in on that real quick, just because I run a healthcare coalition, and but, you know, right off the pandemic, so many people feel strongly about how their own healthcare choices were mandated, and lots of people lost their jobs because of it. On top of that, the Democrats talked about how they reduced pharmaceutical prices, but then again, innovation is being harmed by the fact that we're now going to have price controls in this country, which was not talked about enough before this election.
There are a lot of people who talk about health care. You go back to the Affordable Care Act, which motivated that Republican wave in 2010. But we still haven't seen some sort of resolution on that, a bipartisan resolution on health care access in this country.
Well, that's right. And I think it's driven in large part by economic forces. If you have a job, you're really not worried about health care. The people who are still in the margins, who have not been covered by the health care exchanges or by Medicare or Medicaid, those are the folks who are really driving what we are seeing in the states, you know, with regards to ballot initiatives and, you know, elections and why Democrats are losing, because that question has still not been answered, to your point.
Michael Williams, Jack Calvertinos, gentlemen, thank you once again.
look, we can talk and we can be polite, and we want to know what you think about this. Our Fox 5 Live Instant Poll question tonight: what's the most important issue to you this election cycle? 68% of you say it is inflation right now, 13% with abortion, 15% crime, legalizing marijuana and gun rights with just 2% of the vote each. You can still vote at fox5dc.com or on the Fox 5 News app.
Well, it is a cool and quiet night, a cooler night than what we've been used to over the last week or so. Mike Thomas has your full forecast in just 10 seconds.
All right, it is cooler tonight. We're down to 50 degrees already as we approach the 11 o'clock hour here in Washington, 47 in Pittsburgh, 32 the freezing mark there in Binghamton, New York. Compared to this time yesterday, not just the Mid-Atlantic, but everybody in the East Coast, generally 10 to, in some spots, 20 degrees cooler than they were this time yesterday. So welcome back to fall, everybody, after almost like a summer break from it with temperatures in the 80s yesterday. What we're watching, well, I know it's hard to see right above the banner there. We're clear here in Washington, but we're keeping an eye on Tropical Storm Nicole, and I'll step out of the way here. You can see the info on it. Close to a hurricane now with winds of 70 miles per hour, gusts up to 85, and it's moving right for eastern Florida, where it's expected to make landfall during the very early morning hours of Thursday. We'll take you with Futurecast. Right now, we'll start you at midnight Thursday night and kind of into the overnight hours, where it's expected to make landfall in central portions of eastern Florida. A lot of rain for them during the day on Thursday, and then it gets grabbed by a cold front coming in from the west, turn northwards, and then it becomes kind of our problem, maybe late Thursday night through Friday morning. In fact, much of Friday, probably going to have waves of rain and maybe even some embedded thunderstorms that we have to keep an eye on as well. So Friday could be rather soggy here in D.C. I know it's Veterans Day. A lot of folks off work. Might be a better indoor versus outdoor day, as we got models saying we could get 1 inch to 2 inches of rain as Nicole's remnants, what would be remnants at that time, pass on by us here in Washington. Now, tomorrow's another good one here if you're trying to make plans tomorrow. 60 in Washington, 58 for Upper Marlboro, 59 for Rockville, 59 for Fairfax. Seasonably cool, yes, but sunny and bright and a little less breezy than today was. We do actually get some 70s back both Thursday and that rainy one on Friday. Showers could linger a bit on Saturday, but then temperatures fall all day, and then hello, kind of a winter snap there with highs only in the 40s next Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. But those days should not be as wet. The big day that we're watching is Veterans Day on Friday. That's your forecast, guys. Back to you.
All right, Mike, thank you. Still ahead, who People Magazine named as this year's Sexiest Man Alive.
so. Actor Chris Evans crowned People's Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive. He takes the baton from Paul Rudd, which makes him the third Avenger to win the title, along with Chris Hemsworth. Now, the 41-year-old says his friends are going to tease him about this, but of course, you know, Mama's going to be thrilled.
There you go.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Not bad. Not a bad title.
Not a better way to end our election coverage here at 10 o'clock.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Bad.
Someone voted for him.
That's right. I'll be back for the Final Five at 11:30.
But the news at 11, more election coverage is coming up right after this breakthrough.
Right now at 11, it is election night here on Fox 5, and votes are still being counted right now that will decide everything from control of Congress to the future of recreational marijuana in Maryland.
And we are covering all the candidates and the issues that, of course, matter to you with live team coverage across the region tonight. Our Lindsay Watts live at Westmore's headquarters, the man projected to be the next governor of Maryland, Tisha Lewis and Nana St. Ubonsu, following the candidates in Virginia's 7th district. But let's start right here in studio with Tom Fitzgerald with some of the latest numbers coming in.
Hey, good evening, friends. A lot of big races tonight with decisions coming in. This is a big one. Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic Congresswoman in Virginia's 7th district, has held back a big challenge from Republican Yesli Vega. Abigail Spanberger being declared the winner in that race tonight. Let's go to Virginia's 10th district. This is one of the three that Democrats had really been looking to hold on to tonight. Jennifer Wexton tonight on her way to returning to Congress in Virginia's 10th district, beating back Republican challenger Hung Cao tonight in Virginia's 10th. Let's get over to Maryland, where history was made tonight. For the first time in Maryland history, it will have an African-American governor. Westmore, the Democratic candidate, a resounding victory tonight over Republican candidate Dan Cox. Westmore 60 to Cox's 37%. Let's stay in Maryland. This is where the Democratic incumbent Chris Van Hollen will be returning. Van Hollen resoundingly victorious tonight. 61% over Chris Jaffe's, the Republican challenger, 39%. We'll stay in Maryland here. This is a closely watched race, and it looks to be tonight a possible flip for Republicans. Neil Parrott, the state lawmaker, the Republican challenger in this race, over the Democratic incumbent David Trone, 53 to 47%. Trone had poured a lot of his own money into this race, but Parrott with a commanding lead right now. Let's go into the district. This is where some more history was made tonight. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser becoming the only second mayor to be reelected to a third term. Bowser with a resounding 77 to 6% victory over Republican challenger Stacey Hall tonight. In Virginia's 2nd district, though, this is one that we've talked about a lot. Remember, Republicans wanted to have 3 seats that they took away from the Democrats. We talked about Abigail Spanberger. We talked about Jennifer Wexton. However, Elaine Loria tonight in Virginia's 2nd district appears to be trailing her challenger Republican Jen Kiggins by a wide margin. Right now, we haven't called this race, but we've got Loria at 44.9%, Kagan at 54% of the race. There's still votes to be counted, but it looks right now that Loria is trailing with not many votes left to count.
Are you surprised about what happened in Virginia tonight?
You know, these races have been tight traditionally, but when you think about all the money that was poured into this, you know, for them to hold off the Democrats and retain those races right now, that's important for them looking forward. But, you know, as we said earlier, Marina, they could still Democrats hold on to these races, and the Republicans could still take control of the House of Representatives tonight. So, yes, this is a good thing for the Democrats, but the Democrats have a lot of fires to put out across the country tonight, and we're still, you know, moving towards the West Coast. There's a lot more races to be called.
Yeah, because basically all they needed was a net gain of +5 in the House, and they got a couple, what it seems, in Virginia, where they kind of had their eyes on, thinking that they would have that so-called red wave that they were hoping for. But again, it's still a long night.
Right, and you know, they're picking up races, you know, like David Trone is losing in his race right now against Neil Parrott. So that would be a pickup for the Republicans, and that's one that a lot of people hadn't talked about.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of votes to come in that one. So that's until every last vote is counted.
Make some more coffee.
Yeah, Tom Fitzgerald, it's going to be a long night for all of us. Thank you so much.
To everyone who exercised their right to vote and supported me, thank you. Thank you.
A close race in Virginia's 10th congressional district. Democrat Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton gave a victory speech in her race against Republican challenger Hung Cao. Cao also addressed the media tonight. He was asked if he might run again in the future and said that he wasn't sure.
And another closely watched race in Virginia, the 7th congressional district, where Republican Yesli Vega lost to incumbent Democrat Abigail Spanberger. Our Nana St. Ubonsu is in Woodbridge tonight at Vega's watch party. Tisha Lewis live at Spanberger's election headquarters in Fredericksburg. Tisha, let's start with you tonight.
And Marina, talk about a nail biter when it comes to the outcome of this race. The whole sentiment shifted within the last hour or so. You can see Abigail Spanberger behind me. She is hugging her supporters, thanking her supporters just moments after giving quite the victory speech, thanking her opponent, Yesli Vega, and her opponent's supporters. What a difference, again, a couple hours makes. The sentiment here shifted. I did speak with Spanberger just moments ago, and I asked her, what does she want to say to people who did not vote for her? Take a listen.
I look forward to serving them, and I understand that everyone had a preferred candidate in this race, and regardless of who they voted for, I serve everyone in the 7th district, and anyone who's having any challenges with a federal agency, I welcome them to be in touch with our office, and I look forward to making sure that they feel well represented or at least heard, even when they don't agree with me.
Supporters here at Election Day headquarters and the watch party for Spanberger say that she appealed to moderates and also appealed to folks who are bipartisan and used that skill set to get their vote. Again, cheers at tonight's watch party as Spanberger took the stage, thanking her voters, saying that she was proud to be an American, touting the positivity concerning the process. She also, said that the numbers throughout the evening, obviously, she took a lead late in the evening. She's no stranger to those tight races. This won't be the first tight race. Again, she claimed victory, and it was called. And now I want to go to my colleague, Nana St. Ubonsu, over at Yesli Vega's headquarters with reaction. Nana.
Yes, Teacha, some, supporters here at Vega's watch party say they still believe there is some hope. As you've been reporting and saying, her opponent, Representative Spanberger, is calling victory. But about 30 minutes ago, Vega did come on stage here, and she had a message to the crowd. She said she wants to make sure that every single vote is counted. That was her message before she said she would go meet with her team and come back out. Now, the county supervisor, a spokesperson with the county supervisor, did just come here moments ago and say they do not believe Vega will be coming out for any other announcement. As she did say she would update us, but it looks like for now she will not be coming out. But as you can see, the crowd is getting thinner, but there still are some people here, her supporters here, who say they want to stick around. They still have hope, and they're looking forward to see what happens. Back to you guys.
All right, ladies, thank you. Well, meantime, over in Maryland, an early call tonight in the governor's race. Democrat Wes Moore was projected as the winner, which will make the governor-elect Maryland's first black governor in their history over Republican Dan Cox shortly after the polls closed.
Our Lindsay Watts live for us tonight at the Moore campaign's victory party in Baltimore. Lindsay, the crowd is thin, but no doubt a party there.
Right, Marina. Rob, history made tonight as Wes Moore becomes Maryland's first black governor, only the third black governor in our nation's history. His running mate, Aruna Miller, will be the first woman of color to be lieutenant governor here in Maryland. This watch party is over with, more balloons and confetti than people here now, but such a celebration here tonight. We'll let you listen to what Wes Moore told the crowd.
You know a question I never once asked my soldiers? What's your political party? It never got brought up. That's right. We had one mission. And Maryland, you showed tonight that if we stand divided, we cannot win. But if we stand united, we cannot lose.
And Moore's wife and 2 children joining him up there on stage. He thanked the crowd of supporters for believing in him, describing himself as the son of an immigrant, a graduate of a 2-year college, an Army veteran, and a nonprofit leader who had never run for office before. Tonight, he also highlighted some of his campaign promises: keeping illegal guns and violent offenders off the streets, protecting abortion rights, providing pre-K for every child in need, and a service year option for every high school graduate. This was a strong night for Maryland Democrats, and an interesting phenomena here, where since 1995, Maryland has alternated political parties with every new governor that has taken office, and that tradition will continue with Wes Moore. Now, just within the last 10 minutes or so, Moore's opponent, Republican Dan Cox, took the stage at his watch party, actually telling the crowd that there was still a chance that he could win this race. So he has not conceded yet. At the start of Moore's victory speech, he did say that he had heard from the current Republican governor, Larry Hogan, who wished him congratulations. Guys, back to you.
They said, Bowser, I don't care who's in power in the Congress or who wins the White House. It doesn't change who we are.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser triumphant tonight after winning re-election to a 3rd term. She defeated 3 challengers: Independent Rodney Red Grant, Republican Stacia Hall, and Libertarian Dennis Sobin. Bowser is only the 2nd mayor in D.C.'s history to win a 3rd term. That other person is Marion Barry.
Up next at 11, who will control Congress come 2023? A closer look at some of the national races that could tip the balance of power. But first, hey, Mike.
Hey, Marina. Okay, so our streak of week-long 70-degree-plus days, it came to an end today. You likely felt the difference. Hey, expect a very similar day tomorrow, but we're tracking something tropical for the end of the work week. We're going to give you more details on how Nicole could impact us when Fox 5 News at 11 returns.
Well, there are some key races in a handful of states tonight that will have major impact on who controls Congress over the next 2 years.
All right, Sharon Roger live in the newsroom tonight with a closer look at some of those important national races. Sharon?
Yeah, Democrats have control of the White House, the Senate, and the House, but really by a small margin. Only 5 seats in the House, and Republicans only need to flip 1 seat in the Senate to gain control. Now, so far, only about 40% of the 435 seats up for election in the House have been called, so we have a long way to go there. And while the House is expected to flip red, the Senate could come down to some key races. Let's start with Georgia. This state could determine the balance of power in the Senate. Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock is running for re-election. He faces a very tough challenge from former Georgia football star Herschel Walker, who is dealing with a number of scandals that just surfaced in the recent weeks surrounding his stance on abortion. It is razor-thin margin here. This has been going back and forth. We have about 70% of the precincts reporting right now. Walker has a slight lead, now carrying about 30,000 more votes. A runoff election would be held in December if no candidate gets at least 50% of the vote. Another race we're keeping a close eye on, Pennsylvania. Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman is running for Senate against celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's been endorsed by former President Trump. Of course, the storyline here is that Fetterman has spent most of his campaign recovering from a stroke. At this hour, 62% of the precincts reporting with Fetterman in the lead by about 49%. And let's go to Arizona now. Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, a NASA astronaut and the husband to former U.S. Representative Gabby Giffords, has been fighting to hold on to the seat that he won for Democrats 2 years ago. He's in a tight race against Republican and venture capitalist Blake Masters. Right now, we have about 50% of their precincts reporting with Kelly in the lead, about 58% of the vote. The Senate race in Ohio is too early to call, but Republican candidate J.D. Vance is leading. Again, the big question here is who will take control of Congress? A lot of the pollsters predicted a huge red wave. As far as we're seeing right now, it may be more of a red splash than a major wave. Rob.
All right, Sharon, thank you. And meantime, it's not just candidates on the ballot in our region. In Maryland, voters passed a measure to legalize recreational marijuana. The law will allow Marylanders to possess up to 1.5 ounces of marijuana starting in July of next year. It will also direct state lawmakers to pass legislation on the distribution, use, and taxation of cannabis.
And in the district, voters deciding on the potential future wages of tipped employees. Tonight, Initiative 82 passed. It'll raise the minimum wage in D.C. for tipped workers to the same as untipped workers by 2027. In 2018, D.C. voters approved similar legislation with 55% in favor of upping wages for tipped workers to minimum wage, but the D.C. Council overturning the vote out of concerns about the impact on the restaurant industry.
Well, we want to hear from you about what issues were most important to you in this election. In tonight's Instapoll question, the majority of people say inflation was the biggest issue for them. Now, if you want to go ahead and cast your vote, there is still time. You can do so by heading over to our Fox 5 News app or on our website at fox5dc.com.
All right, Tuesday night, and it seems like weather was not an issue on this election day, but it started to feel a little bit more like November, not as much as summer as it did yesterday.
Yeah, 24 hours ago, Mike, the temperatures were basically in the 70s, and now here we are feeling much more like November.
Yeah, much more like we should be here. It's back to reality after, honestly, we got a dose of spring, if not almost summer-like weather the past few days here in Washington. The first week of November, in fact, all better than 70 degrees. And now today, still above normal, 1 degree though, but a high of only 62. So again, this is back where we should be for this time of year. We're down to 51 degrees at this hour. That's actually up 1 degrees from last hour. You can take a little shift in the wind for that. Dew points in the 30s, so it's nice and dry air. We're 11 degrees cooler than we were at this time last night, though. Temperatures across the rest of the region falling back to the 40s and in some spots even the 30s. 44 Gaithersburg, 37 Frederick, Hagerstown at 39 degrees. Cumberland, Maryland sitting at 38, Quantico 48, Leonardtown still a warm spot at the moment, hanging on the 52 degrees. Now, our satellite and radar has been clear all day, and much of tomorrow should be the same. Nice and sunny and bright, another fall-feeling day. However, we are always looking into the future here in the Weather Department, and we're tracking this swirl right here. That is Tropical Storm Nicole, nearly Hurricane Nicole tonight, as latest indications from it, winds of 70 miles per hour. So by either next update or early tomorrow morning's Jags update will likely be right around hurricane strength. Thankfully, not expected to rapidly intensify, and certainly isn't going to be what Ian was in Florida, but will be making its way towards the east coast of Florida by the time we get to the early morning hours of Thursday. We're going to flash forward Wednesday night, 8 o'clock, storm on approach, likely to make landfall somewhere between Melbourne and Miami there on the east coast of Florida during the early morning hours of Thursday. They get heavy rain down there, some wind as well, and then that system gets picked up by a frontal boundary which turns it to the north, and by as soon as Friday morning pre-dawn, we could potentially be dealing with some waves of heavy rain ourselves here, courtesy of Nicole. Now, as you can kind of guess here, it's likely going to come in several different waves, so we'll get periods of dry, periods of wet, but all day on Friday, it is looking like it's going to be on and off in the rainfall department. I know it's Veterans Day. We thank everyone for their service, but you're likely going to want to plan more indoor versus outdoor days if you do have that extra day for your weekend. Forecast rainfall with it right now, and these numbers will need adjusting and are likely to change in the days ahead, but right now forecast projections of 1 to 2 inches of rain as Nicole comes across, so we'll have to watch for some isolated issues with maybe a little bit of flooding as we get mostly during Friday. Some could linger into Saturday, but I do think by Saturday afternoon we are drying out. Tomorrow, big area high pressure was in control today, still in control tomorrow, and that means more sunshine. Cooler northeasterly flow will keep temperatures much like they were today. Upper 50s, lower 60s. Good news, abundance of sunshine. It'll be another great looking day across the D.C. region. Going for a high of 60, so maybe a couple degrees colder than today tomorrow afternoon. 58 for Bowie there, Upper Marlboro, 58 as well. Rockville, 59. Fairfax, 60 degrees. For our friends down in southern Maryland, Leathertown, 60 for you. Same deal for Prince Frederick and La Plata. Colonial Beach, maybe 1 degree better there at 61 degrees. And we'd never forget your folks off to the north and to the west. If you're watching this evening from Cumberland, 60 for you tomorrow. 57 Winchester, 59 for Hagerstown. Frederick, Maryland, maybe 60 degrees for you. Taking a look at the pattern for the rest of the week, we're actually going to get a little bit of a warm-up. Upper 60s to maybe 70 around here both Thursday and Friday. Despite the rain, we'll get a push of tropical warmth. But Nicole goes by, jet stream comes down, upper low moves in over southern Canada, and that will push down some of the coldest air of the season. So we're going sort of from a summer snap the last few days to almost a winter snap as we get into early next week. Potential for temperatures dipping down into highs only in the 40s by Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Again, of all the days to watch on this 7-day, unfortunately, it is Veterans Day. That's the day that Nicole could bring us some heavy rains. That's a check of your forecast, guys. Back over to you.
All right, Mike, thank you. Well, flu and other similar viruses are seeing an early surge in the D.C. region. That's according to a new report from the CDC, which says D.C. is seeing some of the highest flu activity in the nation, with Virginia and Maryland following closely. Health experts have warned about a rise in flu cases this winter season. And some relief is coming to Fairfax County residents who have long complained of their trash not being picked up on a regular basis. The county has announced a new plan with private trash hauler American Disposal Services to restore service to at least once a week. The new agreement includes more spending to recruit, hire, and retain drivers.
Up next at 11, tragedy near a polling location in Montgomery County. An elderly couple hit and killed by a car while on their way to vote. We're hearing from the victim's family next.
We are learning more about a Maryland husband and wife who were hit and killed while on their way to vote. It happened outside of Fields Road Elementary School in Gaithersburg. The victims are 65-year-old Miguel Ortiz and 70-year-old Ana Margarita Ortiz. Family members described the couple as loving parents and grandparents who came to the country from El Salvador, earned their citizenship, and were, quote, just getting to their golden years after decades of working multiple jobs just to make a better life for us. Well, an investigation is underway after a woman's body was found in a pond near Redgate Park in Rockville. Both Montgomery County and Rockville City officers responded to the scene just before 10 this morning. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Baltimore will conduct an autopsy to determine the exact cause of death. Officials say there is no threat to the public.
Several D.C. firefighters suing the city over the agency's facial hair policy. The plaintiffs claim that their religious liberty is being violated. The policy states that firefighters must be clean-shaven, but lawyers for the firefighters argue the plaintiffs wear beards in accordance with their religious faiths. They also say the district is violating an injunction that was issued in 2007 against the policy.
Well, now to a consumer alert, and Tesla's recalling more than 40,000 vehicles due to an issue with the electronic power assist steering system. The company says the loss of the power steering can require greater effort to steer, increasing the risk of a crash. Certain 2017 and 2021 Model S and Model X Teslas are impacted. And a lawsuit claiming Skittles are, quote, unfit for human consumption, end quote, has been dismissed. The California man sued candy company Mars, claiming Skittles contained heightened levels of titanium dioxide. The company says the small amounts of titanium dioxide in Skittles are not harmful. Well, up next, what we're learning about the cause of the delay of last night's Powerball drawing and the details on where that $2 billion winning ticket was sold.
An issue with the Minnesota Lottery's verification system to blame for the delay of last night's Powerball drawing. People across the country waiting until this morning for those winning numbers. The drawing for the record-breaking jackpot supposed to happen last night at 10:59, but the Minnesota Lottery says the delay was necessary in order to confirm the drawing could be conducted securely and accurately. Now, as for the jackpot, a single winning ticket for the $2 billion jackpot sold at a Southern California gas station.
Well, meantime, this is something you might need if you can win a major lottery like $2 billion. A real T-Rex skull is going up for auction in New York next month. Experts think it may sell for $15 million or more. The dinosaur skull was found out in South Dakota and excavated during 2020 and 2021, and it is just the skull. Scientists aren't sure what happened to the rest of T-Rex's body, but
regardless, incredible. It's still, they're finding these things all these years, centuries later.
that's amazing. The way he was able to stay in that form after millions of years. Who knew?
Incredible. All right, everybody, election night, and the coverage continues.
That's right. The Final Five starts right now.
And tonight on the Final Five, it is our election night special, the new makeup of Congress. What could it mean for Washington? The ripples today is already having on the next election. And oh yeah, we're going to talk about the nitty gritty tonight and walk you through the changes in the months ahead. That's your Final Five. Let's do this. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Final Five on this 2022 election night. Welcome to the midterms. The polls are closed, the die is cast, and the votes are being finalized as we speak. We will not know all of the winners tonight. We won't know all the losers tonight. But what we will learn is what today will mean for Washington in the years to come. The balance of power still at stake here. Republicans have been largely expected to retake the House, but the red wave that many in the media had expected to materialize has not done so far. President Biden's agenda got some pushback from a Democrat-controlled Congress. It's sure to get a lot more if Republicans are in charge.
Look, this election isn't a referendum, it's a choice. It's a choice between two fundamentally different visions of America. I've said from the beginning, my objective when I ran was to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And I tell you what, it's a fundamental shift, and it's working compared to the mega Republican trickle-down economics.
Now, as you might expect, Republicans walked into election night with a familiar promise. If they were to unseat Democratic control in Congress, they could undo whatever policies were put into place previously. And in the crosshairs, some of President Biden's trademark items like the Inflation Reduction Act, infrastructure, and the American Rescue Plan.
I think the first thing that we should do is to freeze federal spending, salaries, and hiring so that we begin to put a cap on this and say, oh, no more. We have to get this in shape. So being able to freeze that spending and then undo some of these programs like the student loan forgiveness program.
All right, well, in the House, a new Republican majority would mean a new House Speaker. Of course, it is Nancy Pelosi who wields the gavel, and with it, she decides the general direction of the chamber when bills go to the floor for debates or votes. She's also second in line for the presidency after the vice president. Now, most people expect California Republican Kevin McCarthy to vie for the position if Republicans prevail, although this isn't the first time. If you remember, back in 2015, it was within his grasp before he said a couple stupid things, and Paul Ryan ended up with that gavel. But this time, he's confident that things would change if he gets control.
And you know what's on the table? Accountability. Shouldn't we know where the origins of COVID actually started? They didn't have one hearing on it. Shouldn't we know what happened in the last 60 days of Afghanistan so we would never repeat that again? We wouldn't have 13 new Gold Star families that should have never happened? Shouldn't we know why the DOJ would take it upon themselves to go after parents that would go to school board meetings? And shouldn't we know where the taxpayers' money is being spent? I call that accountability. And that's a responsibility for Congress, regardless of whosever party is in the White House.
We should also know what happened on January 6th, but McCarthy didn't talk about that. He has been vowing to do away with the panel if Republicans take over control. Speaker Pelosi, though, hoping to hold on to that gavel for at least 2 more years, says there's other issues at stake.
Well, it says to us that one place that they are targeting is Social Security. They're saying, oh, we're going to put Social Security, Medicare out there, and we're going to use the debt ceiling as our leverage. And we're just going to be there for Social Security and Medicare. And the American people have to know that that is at stake in this election. Our challenge is that we are not fearmongers. We're hope purveyors. And you don't want to scare people, but you have to let them know what is at stake in the election. And they've been very clear. They're going to use the debt ceiling vote as a way to cut Social Security. They call them entitlements. We call them insurance programs that people have paid into.
There are 435 seats in the House, so either party needs 218 for the majority. Right now, the Associated Press has called 97 races for Democrats and about 151 for Republicans, including a couple around here that we've talked about all night long on Fox 5. Good news for Jennifer Wexton and Abigail Spanberger. Not good news for Democratic Congresswoman Elaine Luria down in Virginia Beach, who has been defeated, and that seat has flipped red in the chamber there. So good news for Republicans down around Virginia Beach after redistricting. There's a similar situation going on in the Senate, but political experts say Republicans gaining control is less likely. Only 100 seats, though. Polls show many of them are toss-ups. The wild cards, many of the races we've been talking about the last couple of weeks, Georgia, which looks like they're headed towards a runoff, and Pennsylvania. If Republicans pick up a majority, some say Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's days could be numbered. That means he would not likely see a return as Majority Leader, and some, like former President Trump, have suggested Florida Senator Rick Scott. Trump went even as far as to say that Scott hated McConnell.
Is the former president correct that you hate Mitch McConnell?
I don't dislike anybody. I mean, I have my beliefs about it, about what I would like to get accomplished up here, but I don't dislike people.
And are you interested in being leader of the Senate, majority leader of the Senate?
I'm focused on tonight, Martha. This is I have a job right now to make sure we have a Republican majority leader. That's my focus.
Right now, the Associated Press has called 41 of those races for Democrats and 44 for Republicans. We've not seen any switchovers in that chamber so far. But some Republicans are already calling foul after technical issues with voting machines early on in Arizona. 20% of the polling places in the Phoenix area had issues with tabulation machines. County election officials say some printers weren't producing dark enough timing marks on the ballots. The issue, though, was quickly resolved.
Maricopa County has identified the solution for the tabulation issues at about 60 vote centers. County technicians have changed the printer settings, which seem to have resolved the issue. It appears some of the printers were not producing dark enough timing marks on the ballots.
One of the big races in Arizona is the one for governor between Republican Kari Lake and Democrat Katie Hobbs. Lake didn't waste any time condemning the tabulation issue, but seemed to point the finger at Republicans who are in charge of error-prone precincts.
We switched from a Republican area to vote. We came right down into the heart of liberal Phoenix to vote because we wanted to make sure that we had good machines. And guess what? They've had zero problems with their machines today. Not one machine spit out a ballot here today. Not one, in a very liberal area. So we were right to come and vote in a liberal area. They got to fix this problem. This is incompetency.
All right. If that makes sense to you, okay, good. Despite the issues, local officials say ballots were all counted eventually. There have been no reports of any voters being turned away. Just yesterday, though, the White House was asked about maintaining election integrity today.
People should have confidence in their election system. As we have said many times before, having the right to vote is the most sacred right, and people should really exercise that right, and they should feel safe in their election process.
By the way, pundits are also looking at today as a test for the weight of political endorsements from former President Trump. Of course, next week, the former president said he'll make a very big announcement from Mar-a-Lago, and many expect him to reveal whether or not he'll make another run for the White House in 2024. There was a lot of talk that he might have done it last night, and then the Republicans are saying, wait, don't do it yet because we still have the midterms to get through. But he says he was just waiting to see how Republicans fared today.
You've endorsed more than 330 candidates this election cycle. Tonight, win or lose, the results for Republicans, how much of that will be because of Donald Trump?
Well, I think if they win, I should get all the credit. And if they lose, I should not be blamed at all, okay?
One last-minute endorsement from Trump came in an offhand comment this week in Florida where he urged voters to re-elect Republican Ron DeSantis. He did that overwhelmingly today, DeSantis winning big time over former Governor Charlie Crist. But the rift between Trump and DeSantis is growing fast because DeSantis, many see as the most viable Trump alternative for Republicans when it comes to a presidential candidate.
Ron is a person I've always had a...
All right. We're not going to hear it? Okay. Let's move on here. There's a new ad that came out from DeSantis' campaign. Let's take a look at that.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a protector. So God made a fighter. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, kiss his family goodbye, travel thousands of miles for no other reason than to serve the people. to save their jobs, their livelihoods, their liberty, their happiness. So God made a fighter.
DeSantis said he's not officially running for president yet, but last month he refused to commit to a full term as governor if he was to be reelected. Still to come tonight, we're going to talk about all the big issues that brought voters out to the polls. Let's talk about it live on the Final Five. We come right back. All right, welcome back. There are still a lot of things we don't know tonight. Results are still pouring in. Many races have been decided, though, so let's break down what we know so far with my guest tonight. I say guest because we have two on the left, Dr. Tracy Pearson, Democratic strategist, Charmaine Yost, a conservative strategist. Both are up late with me tonight here live on the Final Five, and you've seen both these women on Fox 5 with us before. Thank you both for joining us. Good to see you both.
Good to be here. Great to be here.
Charmaine, I want to start with you because you were here at this desk with me a couple of months ago, right around the time that we learned what direction the Supreme Court would be leaning in when it comes to Roe. And that was something that Democrats thought would motivate a lot of voters tonight. But in many cases, we have seen a lot of these races sort of pan out exactly how the conventional wisdom would have said they would earlier on in the year.
Right. And there's a thing about conventional wisdom. It's based on a lot of years of a lot of things coming in that are very typical of the way people go to vote. And, you know, that old cliche, it's the economy stupid. I kind of hate it. It's kind of tired, but it says a lot about what's been going on this year, right? Where people are really, they're going to the gas tank, having a hard time filling up their car, going to the grocery, seeing the cost of eggs has gone up 30%. I mean, people are struggling with the classic kitchen table issues, and that has dwarfed everything else.
Tracy, so when we talk about reproductive rights on the ballot, we saw earlier this summer in Kansas, it motivated voters out there where you did see a push to outlaw abortion. That failed. There are still restrictions there. There are similar items on the ballot elsewhere across the country where it seems as though voters have been motivated in places like Montana tonight. What has been your read on what we've seen so far?
Well, it's great to be here with you again. I will tell you that abortion motivated voters. They motivated the voter registrations. We saw women registering in mass numbers. And we really don't know what the total outcome is of all these elections, as you've indicated, but we drove them to the polls because the fact is that history and tradition is bad to base a Supreme Court decision on, and it's bad for predicting elections as well.
One of the things that has been to the credit of Republicans over the last couple of years is they've really told their voters and told people, when you go to vote, you're not just voting for these legislative seats. You're essentially shaping the judiciary towards the future to reflect the values that you hold near and dear. So, Charmaine, as we look about what we're still waiting to learn, it looks like the Senate is still going to be pretty close. You might have a one-seat majority one way or another. The House, still very likely we're going to see the Republicans flip that, and we may still see a very slim majority there. But that's all you need, 1 or 2 seats, and that can change really the priorities moving ahead.
Well, see, that is the thing. You're seeing all over social media tonight, people saying, oh, the red wave didn't come. But look, at the end of the day, if the Republicans take the House, almost certainly going to take the House. And it really, really is looking I'm feeling pretty confident about taking the Senate. So a flip is a flip, regardless of the margin of it, a win is a win. And so I think a lot of this kind of armchair having fun that all of us who do politics, it's fun to play this game of, did we get as much as we thought we were going to? It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, a win is a win. And so, yes, I believe your original question was, how will this change things? This is a very, very consequential election. Going back to my point about economics, things are continuing to head in a very bad direction. Everything that the Democrats say about how they plan to address the economic situation is only going to make things worse. People know that. A lot of the exit polling that we've seen tonight says that people are coming out of the polls saying that they're angry. I mean, that's a pretty strong word for people going to the polls. And so I think a lot of the conversation that we've been having about issues like abortion have just paled in comparison to so many of the other concerns that people have had. I do agree with my colleague here that there are a lot of women who were energized and mobilized to get to polls. But I think there's an underselling of the story of pro-life women who were energized and wanted to get to the polls. And so I think that you saw a lot of women who were going to vote anyway, going to vote so in a lot of ways that was kind of already baked into what kind of outcome you were going to see.
Tracy, I want to get your thought on that, but what we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, and I'll give you the first word when we come back after the break. Tracy and Charmaine are sticking around with me. The Final Five is back right after this. Welcome back. Let's talk a little more about the issues facing all of us right now with Tracy Pearson and Charmaine Yost. They're still here live on the Final Five, and I promised Tracy we would give you a response there to what Charmaine had to say about really some of these motivating factors.
A flip matters. A flip actually matters, and Democrats are flipping seats tonight. They're doing a great job, and inflation is important, but if you can't control your own health care and decide your trajectory as a professional woman, then you can't make any money. And inflation really doesn't matter, does it? When somebody else is deciding what can happen with your body. So it matters, and women knew it mattered.
So Charmaine, let's say we're going to face a new Congress one way or another. And again, we do not know who's going to be controlling the chambers here. But let's say we do see at least a change with the Republicans in the House here. What are some priorities you'd like to see Republicans take forward into this new Congress?
Well, just to continue the theme I've been hitting this whole time is we've got to do something about the economy. And Democrats keep printing more money and raising taxes and throwing gasoline on the fire of inflation. And I think Republicans will act quickly to try to put a brake on that and really address some of these factors that have us going in the wrong direction. We'll also see them addressing the border insecurity issues. You know, I used to work in the Office of Drug Control Policy in the White House. It's very concerning to see fentanyl flowing across our southern border. That's something that the Republicans have talked about addressing. And so you will definitely see a dramatic shift in tone and tenor and a shift in direction. I'll tell you real quickly, one thing that I read during the break is that, and you know, little subtle indicators of the way people start talking throughout the night is that the president is starting to talk about, hey, don't worry, I'll still have my veto pen. So, this is an indication that they're looking at their internal polling and starting to try and get ready for a change in direction in Washington, D.C. come January.
Tracy, are there issues out there that you think that maybe you might be able to get Democrats and Republicans on board with, where you can finally, but maybe find some compromise? Because I know infrastructure was one of those things that for the longest time we could not get a thing passed in this city when it came to infrastructure. But it's something that you see Republican lawmakers, at least some, signing on to. You had all the Democrats signing on to it because it's something that they could take back to their districts and say, this is what I'm doing in Washington for you. Are there any other issues that you think that we could see taken up like that?
I really don't know. They're not for health care. They're not for voting and making sure that everyone has the right to vote and protecting our voting apparatus. They are not for body autonomy. They are not for a whole lot of things. I mean, I've got a whole list of things here. They're not for making sure that everyone's paying taxes. They're not for anything except what they aren't for. Mm-hmm. They are the party of what we don't like. They don't actually have a platform.
Well, so when you look at this, when you look at the back and forth, and a lot of people, we've had Republicans on this show who've said for example, when President Biden used the term MAGA Republicans, and they took offense to that because they said, look, we're not all people who stand for this. We don't support what happened on January 6th. Not everybody falls into that basket there. But you have to get there has to be some sort of common ground along the way. I'm just curious if there's anything that either one of you could think that we can get on board with, that maybe you can look past some difference and say this is something that would help everybody, and then you could also get the president on board with signing.
I would love to say that there is, but I'll tell you, one of the concerns that I have is classified information that was laying around Mar-a-Lago, and we can't even get on board with that. And that used to be a concern with Republicans, was making sure that our national security was protected.
Go ahead, Charmaine.
I just think it's kind of funny, this caricature of an opposing party that I just heard that doesn't really reflect any kind of reality that I know. Let's talk about energy independence. Another element of economics that people are worried about is heating their homes and the escalating prices of energy because we're no longer energy independent. We wouldn't be seeing this outpouring of interest in having a change in both the House and the Senate, regardless of the size of the interest. We wouldn't see such a high disapproval rate of the current president if there wasn't a lot of overlapping concern among both elements of the party. Look at the results down in Florida. People are saying there's disappointing results tonight, but listen, the results in Florida far exceeded what people thought.
Well, we saw that in Florida, but we also saw in New York. It looks like Kathy Hochul will turn back a very spirited challenge from Republican Lee Zeldin there. Hey, I have to leave it at that, ladies. Thank you very much for staying up late with me. Good to see you, Tracy, Charmaine. Thank you both. We appreciate you, and good luck and good health.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And we're back with more on the Final Five after this. Okay, so we haven't seen a lot of flipping around the country, but we certainly have seen some flipping around our neck of the woods. We're going to start with Maryland, which made history tonight, electing its first black governor and only the third black governor in U.S. history. Wes Moore carrying the state with 60% of the votes. Not a surprise. He was leading most of the polls. He'll be the first Democratic governor since Martin O'Malley. And after 8 years of Larry Hogan, it means Democrats have total control over state government. There's a lot riding on that. And we should point out, just like we said that Glenn Youngkin did his first statewide or first local interview with us here before he was elected governor, so did Wes Moore. The road to the governor's mansion runs through the Final Five, and Wes Moore is sound asleep. Meanwhile, Republicans had high hopes in Virginia for gains in the House. They will flip one seat. Democrat Elaine Luria lost her seat tonight in her Virginia Beach area district against Republican Jen Kiggins. Luria was a key figure in the January 6 hearings. Kiggins tried to tie Luria to President Biden, and it worked. That's your Final Five tonight. More election results in the morning show at 4 a.m. Thank you so much for watching. Go to bed.